The live stream will begin when the chairman calls the meeting to order.
Good morning. My computer is showing that it's 10 o'clock, so we will convene the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting for April 7th, 2022. Let the record show that all 5 commissioners are present. Also that Dan Coverly, our sheriff, will not be joining us today. He has some meetings to attend that prevented him, or training that prevents him from joining us today. So at this time then, I would ask for Pastor Eddie Sims to come forward and lead us in an invocation. Ask everybody to please rise, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Ingalls.
So very thankful for the country that we live in, this great country where we have so many freedoms and privileges. And we just ask that you would continue to have grace and mercy and favor upon us, oh God. And Lord, we just ask that you have your way in these proceedings today, Lord, that the decisions and the things that are done today would be in the favor of the people and in the favor of the government. We ask that your mercy and your grace would preside over these proceedings, that this local government, the place where we live, would be a place where people would want to be. We just give you thanks. We give you praise for the place that we live, Lord, and we just glorify you. Amen.
How many former military do we have in here today? That's it, huh? Okay. All right. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. Present arms. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty, and justice for all. Order. Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Ingles. Thank you, Mr. Sims, for joining us today. We really appreciate the opportunity. This is a practice we're going to try to extend at each meeting, getting back to that process. So at this time, we'll go into opening public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light, which indicates that you have 30 seconds left. And we ask that you conclude your comments at that time. And once the light turns red, please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. So at this time, I would open public comment. I would ask those here in chambers to please silence their electronic devices so that we don't have any interruptions with that. However, and when you approach the podium, please state your name for the record and then sign in also. And you have 3 minutes. So at this time, I'll open public comment. Is there any public comment in chambers?
Ted Gaines, there seems to be a little misunderstanding here. Some of the commissioners and other people act like I have a personal vendetta against a person. I have no personal vendettas. My vendetta is against Douglas County because they're not following the laws and the procedures here. I don't hardly even know the person I've been mentioning so much that you guys hired. But let's go on a little further with this. An inspector that I mentioned before was asked to do unethical, unqualified things. He went to his boss, Tom Dallaire. Tom Dallaire went to Tim Davis and Dave Lundergreen. The harassment started and he quit because he was a man of morals and integrity and he wasn't going to do illegal acts. That man never got an exit interview from Wendy Lang, which Doug Ritchie has told me they should do them. Why don't they do them? Well, my missus never did one. My missus got accused on emails going back and forth from Ann Damien that she was in a cell and she was giving me all this information. She never gave me any information. I get it from other people in the counties. The county's got a toxic work atmosphere and it needs to be cleared up. Now, they wanted my missus out of a cell. My missus is the one that found $200,000. Let me repeat that again. $200,000 that the utility department was running in the red. I've always said it was 160, 80. It's 200,000. She found that. That's not the kind of people we want working in this county. We want to harass them, get them out of the county. Well, she's left. So I get a little more information now. I've been telling you people this, and it's all backed up. Wendy Lang, our HR person, will not do exit interviews from anybody that's going to give a negative report on any of management, ex-CENTCON people. I already told you there's 12 or 15 people came here from CENTCON. And she's not going to get an exit interview from...
Mr. Gaines, I respectfully have to ask you to, these are HR issues, and I would ask you to please visit, the only person that we hire that this board has any purview over is one person, and that is our county manager. So please take your comments and address them to our county manager, who will, I'm sure, bring in our HR director, and will do so with our legal counsel as well. So I appreciate your comments. However, I feel at this time you're being disrespectful to some of our employees, and I ask you to caution you to restrain yourself in that regard. So thank you for your comments.
Okay. Well, do I get more time now? Didn't you interrupted me?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gaines, but you need to take up your issues with the county manager. Thank you.
I need to what now? Take it up at a different time?
I said you need to address your issues with our HR department and our county manager. Thank you.
I have. I was going to get to that in a minute. I went to your county manager when he first started here. I was told by one of the heads of the departments in this county, because a friend of his was violating the codes, that he was a friend of a friend of the family, and if I didn't like it, to bring it on. Your county manager snickered at me. I had a witness in that room with me. He thought it was funny. I'm a resident and a taxpayer of Douglas County. And if the people don't know what's going on in this county, how is it ever going to be made better? If you guys don't know what the people in this county are feeling, the employees, how are you going to know how to handle your county manager? Because you guys handle him. You're right. And what I'm trying to do is expose, he knows all this is going on. So I'm just trying to expose it all. This is nothing personal with any one person in the county. It's the county as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Are there additional public comments today? Seeing no public comments here, seeing no public comments in chambers, I will go to the online. Is there any public comments online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have one caller I'll check with. Caller ending in 2661. Do you have opening public comment at this time? Caller 2661, do you have opening public comment at this time?
No opening public comment. I am one of the candidates for Planning Commission, and you very graciously gave me the call-in number because I am not in Nevada currently.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Ingalls. I really don't want to debate this back and forth between us
This has
and the
nothing to
board.
do with that.
Sure.
This is in regard to water. There have been two recent articles, one in a Carson newspaper and one in the Record Courier, in regard to the serious situation that we have in regard to the lack of water. And all of our water comes from aquifers. This is a very serious time this year because we just are not getting any precipitation. There's an area out in Fish Springs where the leaves are falling off of the trees because the water table is relatively high, but it has a high arsenic content, and they're dying. People out there can bathe in it, shave in it, but they can't drink it. They have to bring in bottled water. That's Fish Springs. So the situation is serious. The Gardnerville Ranchos is looking at catastrophic water failure. Are looking to tie into the Gardnerville water system. So the point of all of this is, it is incumbent upon this board to take action, some kind of action, and do something in regard to that situation that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingalls. At this time, I would move for the approval of the agenda, or I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. At this time, I would ask for a motion in regards to the approval of the previous minutes from March 3rd, 2022, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, so
No-
moved.
Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Rice for approval of the draft minutes of March 3, 2022, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Since seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll now recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. Generally, this board would comprise 6 members with our sheriff as the additional six member. Sheriff Coverly is not with us today, so we have 5 votes available in this. And this is being presented by Captain Mitch Tarian. I'll read it into the record. For possible action, discussion to approve the change of name for the existing packaged retail liquor license for G&H Western Corporation, DBA Chevron Food Mart, to G&H Western Corporation, DBA Food Mart. G&H Western Corporation, DBA Food Mart, represented by, I know that I'm going to butcher these names, so please, please indulge me. Harpal Hathi and Kuldeep Garsha, is located at 1357 U.S. Highway 395 North, Gardnerville, Nevada. Captain Mitch Tarian.
Good morning, Captain Ron Mitchell for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This applicant has met all the requirements for the name change, and we're in support of this change.
Thank you. Any commissioners have any questions on this? I did notice that they already changed their name, all the logo and identification on the buildings, so I guess they kind of anticipated this was going to happen, right?
Yes, they did. They got that done.
Okay. This is a for possible action item. Sensing nothing from the board, I will open this to public comment. Are there any public comments regarding this? Seeing no public comment, is there any public comment online, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, thank you. So bringing it back to the board for further discussion and a possible action. Commissioners? Sensing nothing, I'll entertain a motion to approve this name change.
I'll make a motion to approve the name change for G&H Western Corporation doing business as Chevron Food Mart to G&H Western Corporation doing business Food Mart as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to approve the renaming of the Food Mart on 1357 U.S. Highway 395. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Tarrant.
Thank you.
We will now adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. Consent calendar. At this time, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent calendar as presented. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if no one wishes to pull anything, I move that we approve the consent calendar items presented A through L.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls, to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through L. Any other discussion? Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. And we will move on to the administrative calendar. So far we're moving fairly quickly, right, folks? Just an observation. So, okay. So the chairperson will read the agenda item into the public record, and we'll have the discretion to determine how the item will be presented. Agenda items may be considered ahead of time or after the schedule indicated on this schedule. On this agenda, public comment will be taken on items that are identified for possible action. For presentation only, at this time, I will read a ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2022P-035 proclaiming the month of April as National Autism Awareness Month in Douglas County. And our Public Information Officer, Ms. Blosser, is here with us today to accept this. So we'll go down there, I guess, and read it. So this is quite lengthy, so please indulge me here. So proclamation, Douglas County Board of Commissioners, Proclamation 2022P-035, declaring April 22 as National Autism Month in Douglas County, Nevada. Whereas Douglas County is a caring community known as a wonderful place to live and raise a family, even though every family faces challenges that require faith, love, and hope. And whereas autism is one of the fastest growing developmental disabilities in the world, affecting 1 in 44. 1 in 44, that's a pretty amazing number. According to estimates from the CDC's Autism and Development Disabilities Monitoring Network. This includes persons within Douglas County. Whereas autism is the result of a neurological disorder affecting the function of the brain, but few members of the general public understand the impact of this complex disability. And whereas, although a cure for autism has not been found, persons with autism can be helped to reach their greatest potential. Accurate early diagnosis and the resulting appropriate education and intervention are vital to the highest quality of life for the individual. Greater recognition and understanding are necessary to ensure that individuals with autism living in Douglas County and all other Americans with autism are accurately diagnosed and appropriately treated throughout their lives. Whereas support groups such as our Family Support Council, the Action Club, and Moxie Up are organizations in the Carson Valley for support and advocacy to help families, children, and adults who have received a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. Whereas the Autism Resource Fair has been organized by Family Support Council community volunteers and will include ways for those on the spectrum to receive information about support services in Douglas County. The fair will take place on April 23rd, 2022 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Douglas County Community and Senior Center. And whereas the Douglas County Sheriff's Office created the Autism Recognition Program to assist family members and/or caregivers to register people with autism with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This active partnership takes a proactive approach to reduce anxiety for those with autism, assist with everyday police encounters, and during critical incidences. This program also helps improve police officer awareness and response to people with autism, whereas the information will assist officers with early recognition, parent-guardian reunification, and overall safety. In addition, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office will provide an identification card that people with autism can present during a police encounter. The ID card will identify the individual as a person with autism and include their emergency contact information. Therefore, finally, right? Almost. Therefore, I didn't realize I was going to have to read a book today, but therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, along with the Douglas County staff and residents, that April 2022 is National Autism Awareness Month in Douglas County, Nevada, adopted this 7th day of April 2022, signed by myself and our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens, as a witness. So, Melissa, I present this to you and your son. I understand he's on the autism spectrum. I can tell you this, and I hope this would, I know a number of members of personally involvement with folks that were on the Asperger's process, okay? And one in particular, a very close friend of mine, has her son. He's now graduated from Sacramento State on that spectrum. He's a world-class disc golf player, has 20 or 30 holes in one on disc golf, and is now a physical education teacher with the Sacramento School District. So there is, so we appreciate your struggles and life experiences. So with that, without further ado, I'll present this to you and ask you to also say a few words.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. This is actually, when I first started doing this is the first time that I've actually brought Brody here, just because I wanted him to see how much this community truly embraces those on the spectrum. And when I first started doing this, we didn't have all these people in the audience. We didn't have, Family Support Council sitting here, and Aunt Gary with the Action Club, and I know I'm going to forget someone, Moxie Up, who provides a safe haven for autism therapies, and Bobby and the Air Show and everything she does with to help those with developmental disabilities. So I just want to thank you guys, and I wanted to thank the community for just embracing, and that just means so much. So thank you so much. Thank you.
I don't know if you've taken the opportunity. It's been on social media, and I think it's still I'm sure it's still available. But what the Sheriff's Department has done in outfitting one of their trucks, very, very appreciative. And you want to bring up your newest little one, Miss Blosser? Might as well get her into the picture too, right? So. Is this Nana? Yes. Nana, okay. Boy, I could have really walked into one there, right? I mean, I took a risk there. Okay. So, anyways, so yeah. Did you? Okay. Oh, okay. So we'll have Gary, Mr. Dove from the Action Club, right? That's correct. That's just one of your activities. Is that right? Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner, Commissioners. I'm Gary Dove. I'm a member of the Kiwanis Club of Carson Valley, and our club allowed me 7 years ago to bring Action Club into our community. Autism is one form of what we have here, and 7 years ago we started with 7 members in our club, and last Monday we just inducted our 27th member into the club, and 2 weeks we're going to be adding number 28. So it's very important that this community knows that there's a need for our developmentally disabled residents in our community. And Action Club is 18 and older, and they meet twice a month in the dining room, first Monday and first and third Monday of the month. And I welcome anybody that joined. But they're a great group of people, and I'm very happy that we're able to provide that to the community. So again, thank you, and appreciate the acknowledgement of Melissa and what she's doing to promote autism as well. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Veronica LaChance, and I'm the Executive Director with Family Support Council of Douglas County. I want to second Gary and Melissa's appreciation for recognizing and acknowledging Autism Awareness Month for the month of April. Since 2017, our agency has been providing supportive services, mentorships, on-the-job training for adults with developmental disabilities, and of course that includes individuals on the spectrum and who are autistic. So we just want to show our appreciation today and the recognition of our county. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Lisa Granahan, Economic Vitality Manager. I failed as a photographer. If you wouldn't mind coming down again and let me take that picture. Video I got, picture I missed.
You got job security, Melissa.
Kind of busy, yeah.
You want us all on?
Squeeze in.
Okay, we'll go on to item number 2 for presentation only. Informational presentation by Barton Health regarding the upcoming community input process and preliminary plans for its planned medical facilities construction project at the former Lakeside Inn site at 168 Highway 50, State Line, Nevada. This is being brought forward or presented by Mr. Clint Purvance, MD, and President and Chief Executive Officer of Barton Health.
Good morning,
Mr.
sir.
Purvance.
Thank you so much. Chairman, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Commissioners, thank you so much for the time this morning just to be in front of you to talk a little bit about the project that we have, both in Douglas County, down at the Valley, and at the lake. So I'm going to give you a little bit of history and an update on both of those opportunities. I am Clint Purvance. I'm actually an ER physician. I've been in the area for a couple of decades, so it's been a privilege to serve Douglas County. I'm a Douglas County resident. I did my undergrad school down at UNLV, and spent some great years down there with some championship basketball teams, which was always fun and entertaining. My medical school up here in Reno. My family's up here in Reno in northern Nevada. And after my training, I came to Barton and started working down in the emergency department at Carson Valley Medical Center and up at Barton in South Lake Tahoe. A little bit about the Barton history. And so as our communities became greater over the years, really starting back in the 1950s, in Tahoe in particular, once the Olympics hit and there was more infrastructure and tourism in the Tahoe area in the winter time, the needs of the community, one of those primary needs, and there were many, but was for health care. And so the community embraced the need for health care. They created a hospital association of businessmen and women, some like myself who may be in the room today, that oversaw the first building of the hospital in South Lake Tahoe, which was to serve the greater needs of the region, including Douglas County. Over the years, that first structure, which was built in the early 1960s, opened up as a hospital with some outpatient services. In 1970, it was expanded. In 1994, it was expanded up in South Lake Tahoe as community needs, even from the surrounding areas of Douglas County, began to fill more and more healthcare services. And in fact, back in the 1990s, Barton also had the vision of starting more healthcare resources or providing access to those down in the Carson Valley. That's when Carson Valley Medical Center came to fruition. And so when that campus began, it began as an outpatient campus. In fact, it had urgent care, some radiology, some lab, very basic services. Soon thereafter, rehabilitation, physical therapy. When I arrived there in 1999, it was a freestanding ER. And over the years, we worked to develop that into an ER with observational beds down at Carson Valley Medical Center, and that expanded into a critical access hospital, and of course, it's a 23-bed critical access hospital now serving Douglas County in the Valley. As many of you are aware, I saw some of you at the groundbreaking ceremony. CVMC has begun an expansion project. It will reinvest roughly $40 to $50 million into a new hospital. And I'm proud to say that that construction is coming along very nicely. In fact, we will have a certificate of occupancy, hopefully, for some of the services down there in the rehabilitation, physical therapy world, which is a much-needed expansion for that center. Many of you probably already seen the solar panels have been removed from that site. In fact, it's fenced off and they're ready for groundbreaking for the new hospital. So that's a very exciting project. Barton, as it arranged these corporations, they're arranged as not-for-profit companies, which means that really our mission is to be here to serve the healthcare needs of these communities. And as a not-for-profit company, it's not to generate profits, but it's to invest any excesses we have back into the infrastructure to create greater access for more services for the community, for healthcare. And so that's what we do as an organization. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, Barton sought a partner for expansion of Valley services as well. And at that time was talking both with Carson Tahoe Hospital and what is now renowned, back then Washoe Medical Center. Washoe jumped in back then to partner with Barton specifically on Carson Valley Medical Center. I'm proud to say that Barton and Renown now work very collaboratively together on services for, in particular, for the Carson Valley. And I represent the Barton faction of that entity on the board of directors for CVMC. And so that's kind of a brief overview of the corporate history. Now, Barton up at the lake is an independent, not-for-profit community entity, independent of Renown, independent of CVMC. And at the lake, over the years, Barton has expanded services into Douglas County up at the lake. We began at State Line Medical Center in the early 2000s, putting up some primary care and urgent care facilities. Over the years, Barton, as many healthcare systems have done the same, have grown into greater and greater footprints, especially as independent physician practices have had such a difficult time making it on their own with the healthcare economics of the 2000s, 2010 and 15. We saw a lot of merging of private independent practices into healthcare organizations like Barton nationwide for the purpose of trying to get greater economies of scale for the business opportunity, but also for the purpose of coordinating care. And we've seen that happen both at Carson Valley Medical Center and with Barton. And so as Barton's expanded, it's also picked up entities or practices, private offices. Many of them were probably previous residential facilities, homes converted into offices. And they're highly inefficient. They've been great for the model of healthcare to be in a local neighborhood, but they're also highly inefficient. And one of the biggest challenges healthcare has right now is staffing. And so where we can find efficiencies, we really look to find efficiencies. Fast forward from our beginnings to today, Barton is looking at what it can do on the state line side of the campus. We have a kind of a two-campus approach to healthcare up at the lake. We have a California campus with a lot of robust systems, including our acute care hospital and the long-term care facility, skilled nursing facility, many other ancillary services. In Nevada, Douglas County, we've expanded over the years to have an urgent care, primary care practices, specialty practices, including things like psychiatry and cardiology, physical medicine, rehabilitation. We also have rehabilitation and physical therapy at that site. We do occupational medicine, work injuries, also employee health out of our sites in Nevada, Douglas County at the lake. We have orthopedics and musculoskeletal clinics that we have up there, as well as a surgery center. We have imaging and an outpatient MRI that we've recently placed up there, and then laboratory services, which are minimal but are present on the Douglas County, Nevada side of our Nevada campus of Barton Health Systems. What we're trying to do over the future years is to consolidate a lot of our healthcare into a two-campus approach up at the lake, and then a campus approach with some satellites down here at the valley. And in doing so, you've seen the beginning of that at Carson Valley Medical Center, and we're excited to reinvest in Douglas County at both locations. What's to come in the future? In fact, if you were up at Tahoe in the last couple of weeks, you would have seen that the lakeside was sitting with a big fence around it ready for demolition, because that was a property that was acquired by Barton Health last year. And it was acquired for the purpose of demolition, which is one of the primary things we're focused on this year: demolition of the site, restoration of the site. There are some environmental impacts from that site that we need to work with the local agencies on, some water clarity opportunities that we can bring to that region, that watershed for Lake Tahoe, and we look forward to those partnerships as well. And then really planning, after we get through the demolition and planning of that old casino site and hotel, the planning is for future generations of healthcare. So we're very excited to have a large acreage parcel in Nevada that we can plan for future generations. I get asked all the time, well, what are you going to put there? What's the design? Where's the building? I don't have a presentation on that, because as we do demolition, restoration of the site, this year is going to be spent a fair amount of time on that planning piece. We have many partners that we'll be planning with. Douglas County and the administrative staff will be one of those partners. And we look forward to, and our big ask today is just to be included in your thoughts, anything that you feel that might be tied to healthcare and the expansion of access of care. Efficiency of care is very, very important for us into the future. Thinking how we build efficient models of care located in areas that are of greater access and ease of access for our communities is very important for us. And then overall, that coordination of care, and how do we tie our systems together so that at the end of the day, the more services that we can provide locally and do that with excellence, that's of course our goal. And then having strategic partners outside of the area when we need to transfer care to areas that have more tertiary services, and making sure that that transition is smooth and very well coordinated. So those are our goals, and those are our opportunities for the future. We look forward to the partnership. I have with me today Chris Proctor. He's the Director of Community Benefit. I'd like Chris to come up. He's going to talk to you a little bit about the partnerships that, and organizations that we're currently engaging. Chris and I have worked for years, probably close to 2 decades, with Barton Health. Most recently at Barton, we worked together on the Center of Orthopedics and Wellness that we opened a little over 5 years ago. And that project was a big project for us, one of our first in the South Lake Tahoe area, to really house some of the excellence in orthopedics, which is recognized not only regionally, but nationally and internationally. So Chris has been integrally involved in that project, but now is in a community benefit role, is very much involved also in our expansion projects at State Line. I'd just like to close before we have Chris speak, is that the Douglas County is very near and dear to the heart of Barton Health, obviously, Carson Valley Medical Center, and our partners up north in Renown. So we're very interested in promoting health and wellness for these communities. The Douglas County communities of both the State Line and the Valley have very different needs, and we want to address those needs. We want to be a good partner in the communities. Certainly in the neighborhood of the Lakeside Inn, there is a workforce that lives down below the Lakeside off of Kale Drive. I know that's an active conversation in many of your meetings. We'd love to be a partner and see how we can help that Kale Drive project, as well as that community down there, find great health and prosperity into the future as we begin to develop that parcel, which is just adjacent to their housing area as well. So we look forward to those conversations and involvement. So with that, Chris, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Gardner and Honorable County Commissioners. Really enjoy the opportunity to be up here. For the record, Chris Proctor, Barton Health. As Dr. Purvance mentioned, I've been with Barton for a little over a decade, and in the last 2 years, I've been able to work in a new role, a community benefit role, and it's really it's almost been awestruck. I'm awestruck with just the opportunity that we have before us. You know, that's one thing. You know, being in a new role during COVID, learning that there's so many opportunities in front of us. And I think you may not know, but every 3 years, every healthcare system needs to do something called the Community Health Needs Assessment. And what that does is it surveys the community for what they think the health system should be providing. We've been doing that since 2012. So we have a large amount of data that our community has told us what we need to provide. But with this opportunity at the State Line area, we really feel like we can dovetail something that really meets both communities' needs, El Dorado counties and Douglas counties. The idea is there's a lot of stakeholders that are very interested in this, as Dr. Purvance mentioned. Once we purchased the Lakeside, I got a lot of calls from the local community there around Kale, but also from down here in the Valley. And I'm struck with just how many different stakeholders we now have just at this early phase that are interested. I'm just going to read you a quick list. You know, we've got Nevada Department of Transportation. We've got the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. We've got 2 general improvement districts. Douglas County, as Dr. Purvance mentioned, and the administrative team, TRPA, Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, the Kale Drive community for sure, Kale Community Center, and then finally the Tahoe Prosperity Center. That's just a short list of just the recent conversations we've had in the last 6 months. I think it'll grow, and I'm looking forward to it growing. But what struck me is that when we get into these meetings, there's just such opportunity for that area. Not just to address the needs for the healthcare system to deliver to the community, but address other areas that might be of need. Some needs that you probably have been aware of, such as transportation, medical workforce housing, recreation, and of course environmental opportunities. I mean, as Dr. Purvance mentioned, the Lakeside area has an opportunity for restoration. So those are all, I think, benefits to the Douglas County community and the larger regional community. So we're looking forward to the next steps. As Dr. Purvance mentioned, I think to just be included, my role has allowed me to really learn a lot more about a community that I've lived in since 1997. I thought I knew it all. But really, in the last 2 years, I've learned a lot more. And the one thing I'd like to leave you with is there's just so much interest in partnership. There's so much interest in collaboration. Both counties, all the population that these counties represent. And I'm really looking forward to the process as we move forward and understanding more.
In summary, we just thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you. I know it's really early, and we look forward to future conversations. If there's anything from a need standpoint or a question standpoint, we're happy to engage at any time with you all and answer those questions as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Since this is a presentation-only item, we will not be accepting public comment on this. However, I do want to allow the commissioners an opportunity to ask questions or voice concerns, whatever they have. So, Mr. Tarkanian, you may.
I just wanted to thank you and Barton for your great service to this community. I've gone through a lot of health issues with my mother and previously my father in Las Vegas, and I see how difficult it is to get really good treatment, and you guys provide great service to this community, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nosat? Mr. Jingles?
Doctor, there were news articles about this before you guys acquired the Lakeside, and there was some environmental problems up there with perchloroethylene. Did you ever find out what that was all about?
Yes, in fact, we put in several sampling wells on the parcel before the close of escrow so that we could monitor that. Also working with the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection as well on that. So right now, the status of that is monitoring. And so we do that monitoring on a quarterly basis. There's been no remediation that's been required through NDEP at this time. And of course, that facility, we believe, dated back to the 1970s. And, but where they found that location is just specific right around that one small area where that facility, that dry cleaning facility, was previously located. Great question. And it doesn't appear that it's moved off that site. So it's still within that site. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingles. Mr. Rice, you have comments?
I have had the pleasure, more or less, of being a patient there at that hospital. My wife worked there for a good number of years. My daughter works there now. And it's gratifying to see that a medical facility can be a family. And we can't walk into that building without knowing somebody. But the care that you give is outstanding. I don't know what some of the people in this community would do without the services that you provide. And thank you, and keep it coming.
Yeah. Thank you. We're happy to serve, and I appreciate that very much. And that family feeling is one of the things that we really do not only value but enjoy both at Barton and down in the Valley, Carson Valley Medical Center. In fact, we have multiple generations of families that work. In fact, even my own daughter is finishing nursing school, or is in the process of getting her degree through nursing down at Western Nevada College, and hopes to join our Barton family and work as well. So it's great to see the future generations come on board with us, and it's also the Lakeside property opportunity is a wonderful future generation opportunity for healthcare, serving Douglas County, as Chris mentioned, El Dorado County, and some of the regions beyond.
I have one self-serving question.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to open that cafeteria again with that wonderful bacon that you have
Yes,
for public?
yes. Yeah, we that's some of the biggest questions we have are around cafeteria, coffee carts, and yes, as COVID has eased, that wasn't part of this presentation, obviously, but our COVID transmission rates are significantly lower in our counties in the surrounding region. And so we are getting back to some more normal, which includes more cafeteria food. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Purvance. So I had a couple questions. The timing on this, so you're indicating you started demolition and land mitigation issues. And what is your anticipated timing in regards to actually being able to start building the structure?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so we anticipate demolition and restoration will take the majority of this remaining summer and into the fall as we get ready for the snow to fly again in the fourth quarter. Hopefully a better snow season for us this next year. As the planning process really will start now, and Chris mentioned that, starts with community input, it starts with data collections, and also with an analysis of what services we currently have and how efficient and opportunities for expansion of those services, and then what services could we provide. So there's a fair amount of analysis that goes into the planning of a new facility. After we understand the services better, then we can plan for the physical space, the facility. I anticipate we'll spend the remainder of this year in that planning after we identify all the services that we intend to put there, and then we look into the future, what additional services might we want. That will help us scope out the size of facility and then begin the process of actually modeling that size, and then all the work that comes with the planning division for the building. I would be surprised if we finish that prior to the end of next year, but we'll see. Within the next several years, though, if we have a very good plan moving forward, including a facility plan, then I would anticipate, given the age of facilities that we have and the need for efficiency, the need for expansion of services, that within the next 5 years, you'll see a project hopefully start and complete up there in State Line. But that right now is very early from an estimate standpoint.
Okay.
Sorry I don't have more information.
No,
for you.
no, that's fine. I think our residents were kind of interested in knowing at what point in time that they could enjoy using that type of facility. So I understand that process. Originally, I thought when we first saw the acquisition of the property by your company, I thought that there was an indication in the newspaper that it was going to be an orthopedic hospital. So it's not just going to be an orthopedic hospital as you're indicating now. It's going to involve a whole host of medical facilities and services. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, I think our initial vision is that we do a lot on the State Line side of Nevada, and that two-campus approach, Nevada, California, we have many services: primary care, specialty care, surgery center, ambulatory services, radiology lab. All of those things probably could be better suited in one physical location from an access and efficiency standpoint for our patients. And so I envision at least those services wrapping into a facility. The facilities could be staged over time, so there could be various phases of facilities that could come on that site. And again, it's too early to know exactly what will be built there, but it's broad. It's not, as you mentioned, it's not just an orthopedics hospital that's being looked at. It's a broad array of healthcare services to balance out how we offer those services in location and ease of access for the surrounding communities.
And you do realize on our side of the border, we allow gambling. So are they going to have
Yes.
slot machines in the rooms? Or?
Yeah, I've been asked that. Unfortunately, we missed the auction for all the slot machines. No, but it is nice to retire some of the gaming opportunities up there on this one site, and we recognize there are great opportunities up there on other sites and maybe other interested parties in that business. But we don't anticipate a gaming piece of our business at this point in time. So, yeah, thank you, though.
Thank you again for your involvement and investment in our community. And we really appreciate, as Commissioner Ingalls and I attended the groundbreaking, the groundbreaking, I guess, at the Carson Valley Medical Center itself, and we're looking forward to that expansion and your investment in our community, and we appreciate that, and thank you for that. So,
Yeah, thank you.
I guess that's it. Ms. Granahan, did you have anything to add? Okay, thank you very much then. So that was, thank you once again and I was anxious to have you come before us and give us an update on that. So anyways, we look forward to it. So at this time, then, we'll go into item number 3 on our agenda for possible action. And I suspect there are folks in the room that are particularly interested in this particular one. For possible action, discussion on the appointment of one member of the Douglas County Public Library Board of Trustees to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of a member. Give us some interest, some items in regards to themselves, present themselves, and then after each applicant, we'll bring that to the board and allow the board to ask questions of the applicant. And after we're done with the 3 applicants, I believe we have on this one, we'll go to public comment, both in chambers and online, and then bring it back to the board for action. So, and this is being presented by County Manager Patrick Cates, right? So, nothing to add. You have nothing else to add. Okay. So, at this time, I do know that we have 3 applicants. So, is Mr. Connor in the room? Robert Connor? Okay. Mr. Connor, if you'd come into the microphone and tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll allow the commissioners to ask questions, and then we'll proceed with, I believe the second one is Ms. Doty, and then the third one is, I have to pull that up. Anyways, we'll get to that. So, Mr. Connor.
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, I thank you for this opportunity to come in and have a little bit of a background. I've spent a lot of years in various forms of management and am still active in a lot of different organizations, primarily the Rotary Clubs of Minden and in our district. I'm the chair of the Rotary Youth Exchange, which for this year, we're allowing students to come in and act as ambassadors from their countries, and for our students to go out and act as an ambassador for the U.S. as a student ambassador. So I'm very much involved in that. I've been on the Planning Commission. I spent a few years on that, sitting in those chairs, so I appreciate everything that you have to do back there and those small books that they give you to read before each meeting. And one of the things we have to do within getting the students and prepared to go out is send them through orientations, and then people have to do presentations. They always give me way more time than I need to cover the points that I need. So at this point, I'm open to any questions from the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. And no, it's not required that you fill up the entire 3 minutes. So it's gotten to the point in time in my life where I can hardly say my name in 3 minutes. But anyways, people, that doesn't really please a lot of people. Anyways, commissioners, any questions of Mr. Connor? Mr. Ingalls?
Mr. Connor, what was the last book you read?
Thank you, Mr. Engels, Commissioner Engels. I have trouble answering that because right now I have 9 books that I'm reading at my house. As I read one and I reach a point that's okay, I need to do something else. I've read, right now I'm reading Mr. Cammareri, who is a Sicilian writer. I'm also reading an Agatha Christie and math, German, book on the Mayans, and I've got a couple of others scattered around the house or someplace.
You have a quest for intellect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other commission?
I just wanted to say thank you for all the things that you do, all the services that you're on, the Kiwanis Club and everything else.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to work with our friends in the Kiwanis, and we do that fairly frequently.
Okay, sensing nothing else, Mr. Connor, I appreciate that, and we'll bring up the next applicant and let them go through the same process.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Doty, I believe you're next. Am I pronouncing that right? You know, I'm never sure. I hear different pronunciations of your last name. Could you clarify that for the record for me?
It is Doughty. We do answer to Dowdy as well, though. And a lot of my husband's friends still call him Dowdy from school. So, well, good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here this morning for Library Board of Trustees. My name is Starla Doughty. I've been in the community since 1998, and just coming to a point in my life where I'm winding down on work and doing more opportunities within the community. I work with the Animal Rescue Relay. It's an organization locally that deals with rescuing animals. I work with the Douglas County Republican Central Committee. I still have a part-time job that I do virtually, but starting to wind that down at my young age. I have been my previous life, so to speak, has been HR. I've been a human resources director, manager. I've worked at the Pepper Mill. I've worked with Nevada Automotive Test Center. So human resources has always been my passion. And fortunately, the last couple of years, I haven't been working in that with this COVID thing. I'm glad I wasn't a part of that at this time, trying to manage through all of those issues with employees. But I think human resources brings a lot into when you're sitting on a board and dealing with personnel issues and that sort of thing. I've also owned a bookstore locally. I had a bookstore for 3 years here in Douglas County. If you remember, it's called the Booked Inn. We were over by the Old Tires Plus in that community, in that shopping center. And that was a bucket list that I got to do and have my own bookstore. And then, of course, as you're aware, that's when ebooks started coming out and Kindles and all of the little mom and pop bookstores have pretty much went by the wayside with that. So that's why I'm here today, is to begin giving back into the community, and reading is a passion, working with young people is a passion, and I look forward to you considering me for that position. And I'll take your questions now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, questions? Mr. Ingles? Same question?
Same question. What was the last book you read?
Oh, I have several. I'm like the gentleman before me. I have several on my Kindle. I have hard copies. I tend to be a fiction reader, so I've got a good John Patterson right now I'm in the middle of. But typically, I do like my fun stuff. Janet Vukanovich. I'm Dean Koontz. I do a little bit of everything, but more fiction and history. I like Nevada history. I've read a lot of the history books relating to Nevada. So, thank you.
Thank you. You obviously have a love for reading.
I do too.
Anything else? No other? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yep, appreciate it. And we'll bring forward, and I know I'm probably going to butcher this name, Oliveira? Oliveira. Okay. Oliveira. Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Miss Oliveira.
Well, good morning to you all, and thank you for allowing me to be here today. I am new to Douglas County. I only moved here last October, so I'm sure you're interested in why I would like to serve on the library board. I am a retired high school teacher. I taught in Randolph High School in New Jersey. When I retired, I moved to Hunter Mountain, New York, and I lived there for 13 years. 7 of those years, I served on the Board of Trustees of the Hunter Library. I was an elected board member to that service. And during those 7 years, I served as a trustee, as the vice president, and as the president of the Board of Trustees. So I have a little experience, and I would like to share that experience. During that time, I oversaw the development of the budget with the director and the treasurer. I did that yearly, and then we presented it to the board. I was in charge of the revision of the policy manual and the bylaws of the library, and we did that. I oversaw a $60,000 renovation to our library. That was my major responsibility. I participated in the hiring of a new library director, and the most difficult of these jobs was overseeing the library in the 2 years of the COVID. Of course, the library closed, and we reopened partially and then fully, and I have to say with a lot of pride that I was one of the major forces that worked towards reopening the library, and we were the first library in our county to reopen partially and then fully, because we thought it was so important to have our library functioning. It was a hub of the community. It was an important place for our community members to come to use as a resource, not only for the books and materials, but for the internet. We were a poor community, and the internet service from our library was essential to the community, and so we reopened. So I have moved here to the West to retire, to be nearer to my family, but I continue to wish to serve. And so when I saw that there was, the first thing I did was went to the library and got my library card. I became a friend of the library, and they were gracious enough to allow me to serve on the library board there, so I'm a member of the board of the Friends of the Library, and through them I found that there was the opening here at the trustee level, and I felt that with my background and experience, it would be a good place for me to serve in my new community. And with that, I will answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Commissioners? Mr. Ingles.
Ms. Oliveira, same question. When was the last-
Okay, well, that's very simple. I belong to a book club, and we Zoom our book club because my book club is back east with my friends that I retired with. And I will be presenting One Italian Summer by Rebecca Seal, which is a new book, and that is the book that I will be presenting to my book club next month. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, she's here.
I didn't hear you. What do I think of the area, are you saying? In all honesty, I have to tell you, I love it here. I just love it, and I cannot get over how nice everybody is. I come from New York, not to belittle New York, but I keep saying to my children, if I knew how nice the people were out here, I would have moved a long time ago.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
So there's kind of two sections. There's the rural New York, and then there's New York City.
Well, I was born in New York City and raised in New York City. I lived in New Jersey, which was right outside of New York City, and my husband worked in the city. When we retired, we went to rural New York, and the town that I lived in had only 500 people in it. It was a very small rural community. No post office, nothing. It was very, very small.
Well, welcome to cow country.
Thank you.
And horse country. So I don't want to leave anybody out there. Okay, so at this time, we've heard from all three candidates, and at this time, I would open the floor for public comment. Is there anybody in chambers that wishes to offer public comment?
James McCallum for the record. I've known Starla Doty since I joined the Republican Central Committee in 2016. Kind of been a mentor to me. She's the one that encouraged me to get more involved, to be on the executive board, to run for vice chairman, then chairman. She's a voice of reason when you need a voice of reason. When there's a lot of, discord, I call Starla. When I want another good valued opinion, whether it's on the Central Committee issues or on issues in the county or in the ranchos where we both live, I call Starla. She'd be an asset to the library board, which is an important part of this county. It needs to be run well by people who listen to others and make good decisions. I think Starla fits that. I think you're lucky to have her as an applicant. I think if we could clone her, she should be on every board. But I really hope you'll take the opportunity to appoint her to this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCallum. Is there any other public comment within chambers? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment online. Is there any public online? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. We do have the one caller online, caller ending in 2661. Do you have public comment on item number 3?
No, ma'am, I have no commentary with respect to this item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further public comment at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll bring it back. In the interest of full disclosure, I think it's important that we indicate that probably all 5 of us know Ms. Doty. I think that's a safe statement. And I know on the upcoming item after this, a majority of us know a number of the candidates there as well. So just want to make sure that that is disclosed in full. So, Mr. Tarkanian.
So for the 14 months I've been on the board, I think these are the most qualified candidates that have been on one agenda item. I think all 3 of you guys are phenomenal. Teresa, I tell you, you're new to the community, your background and your enthusiasm is just very impressive. I could say the same for all 3 of you. It's going to be a very tough decision for the board because of how great all 3 of you candidates are. And we've appointed a lot of board members before, but nothing like this one.
Commissioners, Mr. Rice.
Along with you, by way of disclosure, I've known Starla for years. I have seen her work product. I've seen how she works under pressure. I've seen her problem-solving abilities, her ability to bring focus on the true problem instead of all the ancillary what-ifs. And I tried to put my bias aside and look at the other candidates who are, as Commissioner Tarkanian said, outstanding candidates. But my bias has to go to the one that I know the best and who I know will bring less controversy to our public library than we have had in the recent past. And thank you for applying.
Mr. Ingles, Mr. Noshead? No? Okay, so at this time then, and I agree with what both Mr. Tarkanian and Mr. Rice said. It's extremely difficult. Ms. Oliveira, I really appreciate the fact that you've decided to become involved in our community at such a quick time in our community. And so if things go in another direction, I hope you understand. And we have a host of activities that we can involve you in this county. And so I'm sure you're going to be a welcome member of our community and can participate in something else if you're not chosen for this particular position. So I would encourage you to seek out those things, as well as Mr. Connor. So at this time, then I would entertain a motion. Mr. Ingles?
Mr. Connor, you ever consider becoming a commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, if we're ready, I would like to make a motion.
Please proceed.
We can only pick one. Sorry about that. No.
Sure.
I'm positive. Unfortunately, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Starla Dowdy to the Douglas County Public Library Board of Trustees for the unexpired term of Jill Harper from April the 7th, 2022 through December 31st, 2023.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Ingles to appoint Starla Doty to the unexpired term to the Library Board of Trustees from April 7th, 2022 through December 31st, 2023. Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Motion passes 5-0. And once again, Mr. Connor, thank you once again for your application. Ms. Oliveira, I also thank you, and I hope you continue to be involved in our library. Of course, I'm sure they can always enjoy your input and your insight into what your activities have been previously. And this is an ever-evolving process in our county. We make appointments every year in one nature or another to different boards. So I'm sure your activities will be welcome somewhere. Thank you. And congratulations, Ms. Doty. Okay. So at this time then, we'll go to item number 4 for possible action. Discussion on the appointment of one member to the Planning Commission to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of a member for the remaining unexpired term of April 7th, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. This particular position seems to be a revolving door almost. I think this was originally Mr. Acola's seat, and then he had to resign a year ago. 2 years ago when he got appointed to or became a member of the TRE Board of Trustees, GID Board of Trustees. And then we filled it with Mr. Nick Meyer, and now Mr. Meyer has decided to move on and seek other opportunities. And so this is a very short-term process because I think we only have has the Planning Commission met for the month of April? So yeah, so it's like an 8-month position, right? Between May and December 31st. So at this time, I believe we have 5 candidates for this particular appointment. And I know that we have Mr. Bruno that's online, I believe. So why don't we'll follow the same procedures as we did previously. We'll ask each of the applicants to come to the microphone. We'll give them 3 minutes to present themselves, and then followed up by questions by the board. Then we'll go to public comment, and after which we'll bring it back to the board for a decision on this. So I'm going to, since Mr. Bruno is online, we're going to go ahead and have him speak to us, and then we'll bring the other 4 applicants forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. This is Paul Bruno, members of the Board of Commissioners. My apologies for presenting as a disembodied voice, but I have a previous commitment with the International Academy of Construction Lawyers, where I am giving a presentation this afternoon out of state. All of the dates of the meetings, the 8 meetings, have been cleared towards the end of the year. As you see from my application, and using an agricultural term, you can glean that my most important characterization of a good planning commissioner is communication. And the most important part of communication, in my opinion, is listening and the ability to listen. I am mindful of the Planning Commission's bylaws, particularly 4.2.1, to avoid ex parte communications with respect to various stakeholders, but listening to staff, developers, citizens, all of the stakeholders on any given development or an issue concerning such things as a master plan amendment is absolutely critical to provide a reasoned decision or opinion or recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. I also want to bring forward the concept without bias or prejudice. I have none. My experience, education, and current employment as an arbitrator, I think all are conducive to a good member of the Planning Commission that has and can be counted on for reasoned opinions and recommendations. My past participation as both a planning commissioner and chairman of the Planning Commission of the town of Los Gatos, California, provides, I think, a good basis for me in terms of experience and to pick up the 8 meetings that are required until the end of the year. Certainly, I participated in the TRPA drafting of certain regulations when it was formed in '69 and in the late '70s when I was in law school. However, I am very conscious and remain mindful also that it is not just the Tahoe Basin, but a planning commissioner will be called upon to answer and give advice with respect to developments all through Douglas County. With that highlight of my application that is before all of you, I will not go through my education or the various schools that I attended and the degrees I have obtained, but rather leave it open now because brevity is indeed, I think, cherished, particularly by the commissioners. I'll open it for questions. Thank you, Chairman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Commissioners, questions? Mr. Ingles?
Mr. Bruno, Los Gatos, the thing I like about Los Gatos, those residents are very fussy. What is your vision for our county?
First, I need to tell you that is a very, very charitable way to put it, that the citizens are fussy. The town of Los Gatos had a tremendous circumstance, which is very similar to Douglas County, particularly through the pandemic and after the pandemic, and that is population pressures that individuals wanted, desired, and focused on living in the town of Los Gatos, much as they do in the county of Douglas. And I think that is one of the key issues that we're going to have to confront. While all 7 elements of the master plan are critical to consider when making decisions, I think that there should be a particular attention to both growth management and housing, as well as the land use and historical preservation aspects. I think to fully answer your question, I think those are the 2 issues that are going to continue. I realize the 2020 master plan has figures and articles and tables, but I think that the pressure now is even greater than it was in 2020 and will be in the future. That comes from my experience on the STR, VHR issue that all of you saw me appear repeatedly. So you probably know what my face looks like in any event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Bruno? Thank you, Mr. Bruno, and we'll be coming back to you. At this time, then, we'll go to our second applicant. I'm going to do this, I guess it's in alphabetical order, actually, on this. So is it Miss Lyle? Or am I pronouncing that right? It's okay. I wasn't sure.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm so happy to be here today. My husband and I have lived in Douglas County for 8 years now, and we love it here. It's the most beautiful, most diverse, just breathtaking area that we could imagine being able to live in. I'll give you a little bit of background about myself. I grew up on a cattle ranch, actually. My parents and my family had agriculture. We still have some vineyards, and I still am involved with that. And I had originally decided, going through college, that I would continue down that path, but things took a turn. I met my husband, got into urban and regional planning, and I spent 25 years in local government mostly as a planner, but also in administration. So I think my skill set is pretty unique with the candidates you have. All 5 candidates, they look amazing. So I think you'd be fortunate to have any of us. But I think the skill set I bring to it as a professional urban planner is something that's a little unique. I have worked mostly in, all in California. The communities I worked in were quite different. I worked in Palmdale, California, and Monrovia, California. Palmdale is quite different. It was high growth, pro-growth, lots of development activity. This is very different here in Douglas County, and I appreciate that. But the experience and skill set I have is quite transferable. The concepts of urban and regional planning are the same no matter where you're at. You want to balance those pressures for development with the resources that you have available to support that development and the services and the concepts that the community has to maintain that quality of life for the existing residents. I just appreciate the opportunity to be here. I also have a master's of business administration degree from Pepperdine that I received a few years ago, 10 years ago now. So I think I have a broad range of experience and skills that would be beneficial to the Planning Commission for Douglas County. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Commissioners, Mr. Ingles?
This is a little off subject, but the development out in Palmdale has been nuts.
It has.
Where do they get their water?
The city of Palmdale is split up into separate water agencies in various parts of the community in the whole Antelope Valley, and they have allocations from the State Water Project, and also there's quite a large aquifer in the Antelope Valley was in the process of being adjudicated when I left Palmdale. And so that water supply is probably getting close to being exhausted with the development that they already have there. When I left, the 2020 plan anticipated another 100,000 population probably, but that water is going to be the limiting factor for that basin. And unless water can be wheeled through the state water projects, there's not going to be a lot more opportunities in some of these very closed basins for the type of rampant development that occurred in the past.
This is an important lesson for all of us here because I believe it's the Mojave River.
Mojave River is actually not in Palmdale, it's Victorville
further out.
area. Yeah.
One of the largest underground rivers in the world.
Yes.
And the Antelope Valley used to produce absolutely stellar hay for livestock. And they can't do it anymore because they're pumping it out of that river and they've exhausted the water coming out of the river.
The agriculture adjacent to Mojave River has really had to cut back. And there are a lot of vacant alfalfa ranches along the river from Victorville and Apple Valley all the way to Barstow and beyond in that area. Palmdale still had some historic alfalfa ranches and onion growers and a few other crops. They had a very old water right, and they are able to continue with their ongoing operations. However, there's still a demand for them to sell that right for other purposes, for industrial purposes or for domestic water supplies. So their water is, as it's always been, a huge issue for the Western United States.
Thank you.
Mr. Rice?
I find it interesting, having been with the city of Pasadena for 28 years and you being from Monrovia, there's quite a difference between Monrovia and Palmdale.
There is.
And I see that Monrovia was your last experience as a city manager, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
How would you equate the problems that we're having here in Douglas County with, it seems like there are two sides that neither one of them want to hear the other one. One says, no more building, we got no water. The other one saying, we have plenty of water, and what do you mean, not one more roof in Douglas County? How would you balance that?
You know, there's probably data support both sides. In any given year, you may have a lot of rain, you may not have much rain. Water supply varies over time, but certainly the experts on that resource can weigh in on whether or not there's adequate resources to support whatever's proposed. It comes down more to you have to look at the balance between what's proposed, the development that's proposed, and its benefit to the community, and whether or not that proposal, even if it has a high benefit, has the resources to support it. So everybody that comes to a community, and I speak as I would, you know, you come here, you buy your house, you want to roll up that welcome mat and slam the door and say nothing else. But I don't think that that is necessarily the best approach. I think the best approach is to look at each application on its merits, look at whether you can determine that the project will benefit the quality of life for the community, and then decide whether it's in keeping with the general plan, with all your regulations, minimizing the impacts to the neighborhood that it's determined at. Housing is going to always be a critical issue for this area. We'll always have a demand for housing because it's such a beautiful area that everybody wants to be here. We want housing, the range of housing for the high-end housing down to very low-income housing for the people who are the most vulnerable in our community. Industry, you have to have industrial development because you can't let your economy become stagnant. You have to continue to grow that, to diversify that, so you have a balanced community so that if any one industry starts to suffer, you have things to fall back on. So you can't say no to everything, but you can say it has to show a clear and concise and definable benefit to our community and has to enhance our quality of life, not detract from it.
Thank you.
Commissioners? Mr. Turkanian, was that? Okay. Ms. Lyle, I appreciate your observation that we have 5 extremely qualified
Yes.
candidates, so it's going to make this decision extremely difficult. I do want to let you know that we share some history.
We do.
Even though we don't know each other, we know
Okay.
we do share some history. So my first venture, or one of my first ventures into the business world, was the owner of the Der Wiener Schnitzel on Huntington Drive in Monrovia in 1971. I'm dating myself. And of course, that building and that structure has since gone away with that major development of
Yes.
commercial development that took
Yeah.
place in that area. But once again, that was 71 through 79, probably before your time. I don't recall you
Yeah,
being
I
in
was-
Monrovia at that time. But I was also the president of the Monrovia Junior Chamber of Commerce in 73, 74. So we do share some history, as Mr. Rice expressed, because his wife Eileen also was a nurse at Arcadia Methodist Hospital, as I recall.
nice.
So welcome. Well, you got here a little bit before I did, so your eyes were open before mine. I knew where I wanted to settle back
Yeah.
in 1990, but I was working and couldn't get over here until I retired. So, anyways, welcome, and we thank you, and we appreciate your application. So,
Thank you.
anyways, but as you recognize, it's going to be a very difficult decision. So, thank you, and we'll now call forward Ms. Rothschild.
Chairman, that was mildly interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Ingles. Ms. Rothschild.
Thank you, Commissioners, for having me here. For the record, my name is Deborah Rothschild. I initially came down, a little bit of backstory, to this area back in 2006. I worked for the Department of Natural Resources in the state of Alaska, and I came down as a wildland firefighter. And I have background in wildland fire. I did that for 14 years. Prior to that, I was actually a commercial fisherman. So the agricultural part of the community is very important because people need to live off the land. It has to be sustainable. If you nix some of your natural resources, your fish, your grazing lands, your water, then you don't have anything left for the influx of people coming in. And one of the things that I find really important having that background is the sustainability of the growth. I've never been a city manager. I've never done any city planning. I'm a small business owner, a member of the Chamber of Commerce, an Army spouse who he's currently deployed in Eastern Europe right now. And that's actually, we spent a lot of time, I came down in 2006. My husband's family was actually born and raised here, and seeing the rapid growth, and even since 2006, the explosive growth of the valley is something that is both inspiring and concerning, and I think it needs to be looked at and facilitate community input and get from the existing community, from the ranchers, the agricultural folks here, looking at the water tables, what the developing projects are going to do to the water, either the source or if it's going to actually add to any kind of problem as far as runoff or ruining the quality of the water that I am on the airport advisory committee. I've worked with lots of groups of people. I was a Young Eagles coordinator. I like bringing the community together and facilitating different conversations from many different viewpoints. So I'd like to open it to any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Mr. Ingles?
Stay on that airport board.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll now call on Mr. Slade.
Jim Slade. I've lived in northern Nevada for the last 30 years, the first 7 in Carson City and the last 23 here in Douglas County. I think that's important. I have in-depth knowledge of our master plan and participated extensively in the last 3 updates. I'm very familiar with the growth management ordinance because I helped to create it. I'm also well versed in our county code, especially Title 20. I support the 2% growth rate over time as proposed by both the Sustainable Growth Initiative and the Growth Management Ordinance, both of which were approved by the voters of Douglas County. That viewpoint should be represented. I do believe that new development should be the right project in the right place at the right time, and that they should always be consistent with the required findings. While I understand that master plan amendments and variances may be allowed, they must always meet a reasonable interpretation of the required findings. Over the last 20 years, I've attended hundreds of planning and county commissioner meetings, more than any other member of the public. I have often spoken in public comment, as you know. Those comments have always been my own opinions. If I'm appointed to the Planning Commission, I would be more circumspect in my comments. I would always listen attentively and respectfully to the presentations of staff and the applicant, and would never make up my mind until I heard all presentations, questions, responses, public comment, and discussion. While I understand that all planning commissioners strive to do what's right for the county as a whole, within the scope and intent of the master plan and county code, it is still somewhat inevitable that their decision-making is in part based on their background, their careers, and sometimes where they live. It is good that the Planning Commission has a member from the agricultural community, as it is good to have a representative of the lake. It's also fine that there's a commercial building developer, another from the construction trades, a realtor, and one with a background in local government in California. With one member from each of those groups is fine. 2 would likely be one too many, at least in my opinion. I believe that it is helpful to have at least one member from the Valley who is not involved in building, real estate, or agriculture, but one who is simply interested in the future of our county and the continued quality of life of our residents. After all, the Valley is where most of our residents live and where most of the new building and development is taking place. Nick Meyer ably filled that position, and I believe that I would be a worthy successor to him. This will essentially be an 8-month appointment. If appointed, if I don't feel that I'm being effective, I won't reapply. If you don't think I'm doing a good job, you don't have to reappoint me. At this point, however, I believe that my long tenure in our county, my lengthy involvement in local planning matters, and my in-depth knowledge of the master plan and county code make me uniquely qualified for this position. Thank you for your consideration, and I will take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Questions, commissioners? Mr. Ingles.
Mr. Slade, what is your position in regard to the slow growth initiative as it relates to water in our county?
The Sustainable Growth Initiative was embraced by the community. It was somewhat controversial, of course, but it did pass the voters. And part of the concern of the Sustainable Growth Committee was water. And while none of us have the definitive answer to how much water there is and when we might run out, we do live in a desert. Water is and should be a concern. It is our most valuable natural resource. And there is some evidence there are wells that are going dry on the edges of the aquifer in Ruinstrath and Johnson Lane already. So I think we are rightfully concerned about what effect future growth will have. We already have approximately 6,000 homes that are essentially approved to be built, and that raises the level of those concerns. On the other hand, those homes are approved. I disagree with Commissioner Rice, who characterizes the debate in Douglas County as between those who want to approve anything and those who don't want to see another rooftop built. There is no one that has ever said that they don't want to see another rooftop built. Certainly not me or anyone involved in the Sustainable Growth Committee. That was a 2% growth rate. By the way, the growth rate of the United States as a whole for the last 50, 60 years has been 1%. So this is twice the national growth rate, and I think that is a reasonable goal, and I support that goal.
Even with no water.
Well, there is certainly the possibility that water will become such an issue that the state engineer might have to step in, as he has done in the Pahrump area, I understand, and make some considerations for that. That I don't believe will be up to the board to decide, let alone the Planning Commission, who is only advisory to the board. I think it is a concern. I think we should continue at the 2% growth rate over time and see where that leads us. And if water clearly becomes more of an issue, then we need to consider other steps. But I think it's premature at this point to have a moratorium, as some have suggested. But I think we do need to be cognizant of our water needs going forward.
I won't get into a debate on this right now, but thank you.
Any other commissioners' questions? Thank you, Mr. Slade. I appreciate it. And Mr. Thompson.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Peter Thompson. I live at 2397 Genoa Highlands Drive in Genoa. My background is on the vitae that you have with you and before you. I'll go over it similarly in a short time. I've had a strong background in land use planning, golf course architecture, and urban planning. I've served on 2 other planning commissions, one in Oregon, the other one in California in Marin. Marin has had a strong issue with growth as it relates to water. And I also understand that as a planning commission member, you set the policy. We look at what is going to be done with the current land use plans, the master plans, and also the ordinances that are there. We do not set policy. We give you our recommendations based upon what has been presented to us with regards to the current issues that are prevalent. My background here is I've done work in Las Vegas, down in Laughlin, to create a new entitlement in Newtown down there, which was around the return flow credits and water issues through Clark County. I'm very familiar with a number of issues that can be done with regards to water. I also am currently now part of the Sheriff's Department Citizens Patrol, so I'm beginning to learn the county, and I'm also using that in terms of understanding, which is the work in progress with regards to your master plan and also your ordinances, to see the character that exists within this valley. I look forward to working with you and also with the other people here within the county to make sure that we continue to preserve the current character of this county. I'm happy to take any questions.
Commissioners? Mr. Ingles?
And Mr. Thompson, what is your vision for the county?
I'm sorry.
From the standpoint of development and so forth, what is your vision for Douglas County? Just what you would like to see.
The issue is going to become what's going to be happening in the future, especially with development as it relates to water. California just had a 38% decrease in its snow load, 7 years of drought. Our water is affected by what is going to be happening in California. And so I think there's going to be the change that we're seeing in our climate, that issues with regards to that are going to have to be addressed. I understand that there is a study going on currently with regards to our aquifers and what is the availability of water. All of that needs to be looked at and studied. And the issue going forward is long-term view to make sure that we can protect that resource and use it for the future and the benefit of everybody within this valley, especially the agricultural side, but also for the people who are living and moving here.
Additional comments? Questions? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Thompson, thank you very much for your presentation. And at this time then, we've listened to all 5 candidates. I'm looking at the clock. So I anticipate what we'll do here is we'll go to public comment. After public comment, we will bring it back to the board for a decision, after which time we will take a break for lunch. Anyways, is there any public comment that anybody wishes to offer here in chambers? If your knee doesn't get any better, Mr. McAuliffe, we'll have to bring the microphone to you.
Yeah, it's not getting better, but at least I finally got my MRI. James McAuliffe for the record. I started getting involved in going to commissioner meetings about 6 years ago, reading the agenda, the background material. And one thing I learned is there were some people that made public comment that were, whether you agreed with them or not, the knowledge was there. Jim Slade's knowledge of the growth ordinance, knowledge of the master plan. I know one other person in the county that has that knowledge and experience. And she's someone I constantly ask and get reference to, not just what's going on, but what is the history of it, what happened before, and how that relates to what's proposed now. I think Jim Slade, they're all great candidates, and I don't think he can go wrong. Jim Slade's just background and his knowledge of the facts, whether you agreed with his opinion or not in the past, the knowledge of the facts, the master plan, the growth ordinance is critical to sitting on the planning commission, and I think he has that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAuliffe. Any other additional public comment here in chambers? Mr. Hertman.
Again, for the record, Jim Hartman. I want to begin by saying we've got 5 excellent candidates for the Planning Commission, and one of them is a neighbor of mine, Peter Thompson, who's 2 doors down, and I think would make a tremendous contribution as a planning commissioner. But today I want to come before you and say, I think you've got an absolutely outstanding person that could serve on the Planning Commission, and that's Jim Slade. He's an exceptional person. Met him 6 years ago when there was an effort to build a solar farm out in off of Muller Road, and that was successfully defeated here at the Board of Commissioners level. But I'm not going to take additional time. I think he's an outstanding person. I asked him years ago, gee, why don't you put your name in and become a planning commissioner? He's finally decided to do that. I commend him for that and think he would bring some balance needed balance to the Planning Commission. So a strong endorsement of Jim Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Do we have any other public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, do we have any public comment on online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. We do have Mr. Bruno, who is a caller, and I'll check with him to see if he has public comment. Mr. Bruno, do you have public comment on this item?
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Bruno is an applicant here, so he's had his minutes
Okay.
already, so I don't know that we need to hear from the applicants again. I appreciate your interest, Mr. Bruno. So, yeah.
Okay, so no further public comment online at this time.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for additional comments and/or action. Mr. Tarkanian.
Again, I'd like to reiterate, I think there's been some great candidates here, and it's a very important position. It's wonderful to see so many great candidates. I'm very impressed with Mr. Bruno's resume and his background and experience. I know him personally from some of my work on the board. I really think he'd do a great job on the Planning Commission. I'm sure some of the other candidates would do also, but I like Mr. Bruno.
Mr. Nosad, Mr. Ingalls.
I agree with Commissioner Tarkanian in the fact that Mr. Bruno is out of Los Gatos. I know he's a fuss budget in regard to planning, and that's what we need. On the other hand, Jim Slade has dug into Title 20. He's participated in a lot of our commission meetings. He has in-depth knowledge. And under the current circumstances, I am going to support Jim Slade. If he lasts 6 months on that board, then he can stay if he wants to continue. Otherwise, we have some good fallback candidates. Thank you.
Mr. Rice.
I had opportunity to study all of our candidates. When you're in Southern California and you're waiting to get fleeced by the government to have your taxes done, it gives you something, a little diversion. So I looked at these candidates very closely. And there are two that stood out to me. One is Lyle, Mrs. Lyle, and the other is Mr. Bruno. I think either one of them stand head and shoulders above the other candidates. And I think that Ms. Lyle stands side by side and a little bit higher than Mr. Bruno in what I was able to glean from the application. So I would support Lori Lyle.
Okay, Mr. Nosad, would
You
you like
think
to weigh in?
Monrovia is more fussy than Los Gatos?
I think it's more livable.
Okay. Mr. Nosad, do you want to chime in here, please?
Yes, I've had a lot of dealings with Mr. Slade. I think he's incisive in his presentations, fair-minded, so I'm going to vote for Mr. Slade.
Well, then it comes down to where I feel, not actually, because we have two commissioners that have indicated an interest in Mr. Slade, one that's indicated an interest in Mr. Bruno, one that's indicated in Ms. Lyle. As we have all indicated, 5 incredible candidates. So I think, without further ado, then I would like to entertain a motion to appoint Mr. Slade to the Planning Commission.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Nosad, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to appoint Mr. Slade to the Planning Commission for the time of April 7th, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Once again, members of the public that applied. Ms. Lyle, Ms. Rothschild, you're still serving on our airport board, so we're happy about that. Very important board for us in this county. Ms. Lyle, thank you once again, and also Mr. Bruno and Mr. Thompson. We appreciate your interest, and we hope that you continue to take interest in the planning and development of our community and participate actively on our planning commission and offer your insight and your experience to that board as well. And perhaps then also come before this board when those issues come before us and make public comment as well. So anyways, thank you very much, and we appreciate it. Mr. Slade, I hope you understand what you've gotten yourself into. I also shared the questions that Mr. Hartman expressed is, you know, you've been very involved with the Sustainable Growth Initiative, the Growth Management Ordinance, our master plans, and I was surprised when I learned that you had not previously served on our planning commission. So anyways, welcome to that board, and we'll see how the next 8 months go, right? So you have to put your money where your mouth is now, right? So to speak, or your body. So anyways, with that, we're approaching the noon hour. So we will take a lunch break from now until 1 o'clock. I would ask members of the public to understand that staff cannot leave this room until it is secured and nobody is in attendance, right? So if you could please excuse yourself so the staff can also get something to eat, and we'll resume back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Marcia, are you back into recording the meeting?
Recording in progress.
Okay, my computer is telling me it's 1 o'clock. All 5 commissioners are present, so we'll come back into session of the April 7th, 2022 Board of County Commissioners. We're on item 5 for possible action. Discussion to approve a monitoring agreement for a conservation easement over the 417.84 acre Van Sickle Station Ranch, BLM serial number N98589, among the property owner Teague Family Investments LLC and Nevada Corporation and Teague Family Trust 1995, Douglas County, and the Bureau of Land Management, where the Douglas County Community Development Department will provide annual monitoring and reporting to BLM for the next 20 years on behalf of Teague Family Investments LLC, and presented by Community Development Director Tom Delaire. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gardner and fellow commissioners. This is Tom Delaire, Community Development Director for the record. This is before you today. I know it's been a long time since this application has been before this board, but it was April 6, 2017, when the prior board supported this SNPLMA application to go in, and Gail Teig, who is the property owner, is finally taken the opportunity and is able to get this closed for her family and for Douglas County. This is a 417 acre parcel that has 9 parcels total that are being conserved, and they will not have the ability to build a single-family home on these units. And BLM has requested that Douglas County, and this was back in 2016, if you look on page 312, there was a letter stating that we were supporting that concept for the Dangberg Ranch, and this is the first conservation agreement to come through that process that we will be required to monitor the activities on that ranch for the next 20 years. And there's the agreement is in the packet, and we have already, thanks to our GIS department, have set up a survey, so you can go out digitally with a tablet or a telephone and interview the landowner and go through the questions that are required by BLM, which is stated in the agreement, and then go and do a walkthrough of the property and take pictures as we go, and it reports back to GIS, and then through GIS applications, and then we can print a report out. We're anticipating that process to take 1 to 2 hours out at the ranch. With the interview, it's a fairly quick interview. I think walking 400 acres is going to take a little bit longer. We're going to inquire with BLM to see if we can use drones in that case. There is some provisions in there about limiting off-road use, so I don't think we could do the inspections on a quad, but I think a drone we could do pretty quickly. So we anticipated, and I think the applicant anticipated, that we wouldn't spend any more than 4 hours on any 1 year, and I think after the first one, it'll get a lot easier as we go on. But GIS already has the application ready. We've tested it, and it's going to work really well. We're developing the report right now. I think the $8,000 that they give us, if you use $100 per hour, 4 hours of effort each year, then that covers for the 20-year period. So anything after that will have to be covered by the general fund, or we renegotiate the agreement. We hope to have more properties over in the coming years that are being conserved and would be part of this program through SNPLMA. But this is the first one of its kind. And I do know that Jacques Hetchigoyen from Legacy Land and Water is here, as is the property owner, if they want to speak to this. But the agreement is before you, and to be approved. And if you have any questions of me, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dallaire. Mr. Hetchigoyen or Ms. Teague, do you have anything to add to this, or?
I'm Gail Teig, and I came before you at your previous meeting when we were thinking we were ready for a vote on this. We weren't quite ready, but now I hope that you're all on board, that we feel like this is a wonderful thing for Douglas County, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Commissioners? Mr. Ingalls?
Historically, what were you folks running out there? Cattle, alfalfa?
It's basically all cattle and grass hay with a few other mixtures mixed in. Just a real true long-standing cattle operation. We plan to do the same thing for as long as we've got a good tenant, and we're producing hay to feed the cows and a little bit left over for us to feed some horses, and that's all we do there.
Well, I'll tell you, the way things are going, you'll always eat. And I'm not so sure this is going to be easy for some of these people in the big cities. So
we're doing our best.
Yeah, you won't go hungry. Well, it's an absolutely marvelous project, and it's just something that it'll be appreciated by all. Even the Californians who come here and try to figure out how this place got going. So your family came here when?
We bought that ranch in early 1996. So that's 26 years.
the history of it before that even?
Well, it goes back to the gold rush days, really, when Henry Van Sickle came and pretty much homesteaded the property. And I think that was actually before the Homestead Act, but he purchased it, let's say. And ever since, people have called it, continued the name of the Van Sickle. Henry Van Sickle was quite a member of the community. He was a county officer at one time. He was kind of a gruff guy, but he was very well respected. He got along with all the Mormons in Genoa. And from there, I think it changed hands several times. And but in the recent history, a couple by the name of Henry and Margaret Ruppel purchased the property in the 1940s. And Mr. Ruppel had been a civil engineer working on California missions when he came over to Nevada. And he looked at our broken down old rock house and he thought he could do something with that, and he did, turned it into a lovely home, and continued to ranch it. They stayed there for another 25 years or so, and then along came the Alexanders. They did a lot of improving, especially in the area of water rights, and they stayed for another 25 or 30 years. There was another owner for just a couple years, and then we came along. So we're kind of number 4 in the modern era.
You know, the history of these places is just fascinating. I'm always pumping Jacques for, you know, the history on some of these different things. And it's just fascinating how the whole area was discovered and evolved and ranched and the way it was done. And this is a marvelous project, and good work, you guys.
Thank you. There are a lot of people who have done a lot to try to retain the history here, and we're just a little cog of that, but it's an important one. So thank you for your consideration.
Other commissioners? So the thing I would remind Mr. Ingalls is the big city folks, they go to the supermarket and get their beef.
Mr. Chairman, my name
Yes.
is Jacques Etchegoyen, and it's been an honor and pleasure working for Gail on this. Again, I always say that the only permanent planning tool at our disposal in Nevada is a conservation easement. And the ranchers have stepped up in this valley. I think we're approaching 18,000 acres forever conserved. And on this specific ranch, we're tying 2,000 acre feet of water to that ranch forever. So again, I think it's a pleasure to be before you with good news. And I hope you consider this matter and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Etchegoyen. And I also want to notice here that by this letter, I thank you and the family investments for the donations, so that should we pass this, we'll have the opportunity financially to complete the study or the monitoring also. So I didn't want to let that go unrecognized. We appreciate that. So
Can I
if there's
ask
no
a question?
Yes.
Don't go away, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Have you encountered any foreign entities interested in acquiring property here?
You know, Commissioner Ingalls, I have not, but I think there's a lot of interest in this area because of there's a lot of land that's going to change ownership, and where that goes, I certainly don't know, but I would like to continue work on ranches such as Gale's so that it can be sold as a ranch forever, but that's it, and the water's tied to it forever. So I think we have to be forever diligent, and I know prior to our current Senator Settlemyre, his great uncle was the senator here for many decades. And he always said the number one thing that Carson Valley is going to have to watch forever is the water, because we've got a lot of it and we're in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Sensing no other discussion from the board, this is for possible action, so I will go to public comment here in chambers. Is there any public comment that anybody wishes to offer? Doesn't appear so. So, Ms. Johnson, is there anybody online that has public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there is no public comment online.
Very good. So we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion and possible action. Anybody else?
I'll make a motion to approve a monitoring agreement for a conservation easement over the 417.84 acre Van Sickle Station Ranch, BLM serial number N-98589, among the property owner Teague Family Investments, LLC, and Teague Family 1995 Trust, Douglas County and the Bureau of Land Management, where the Douglas County Community Development Department will provide annual monitoring and reporting to the BLM for the next 20 years on behalf of the Teague Family Investments, LLC.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve this monitoring agreement. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much once again for this process. We'll go to item number 6 now for possible action. Discussion to accept the dedication of approximately 4,920-foot long by 20-foot wide multimodal trail easement immediately south of and parallel to Muller Lane across properties owned by Teague. Am I pronouncing that right? Teague? Okay. Family Investments identified as assessor parcel numbers 1319-27-000-007, parcel number 1319-27-000-008, parcel number 1319-22-000-013, parcel number 1319-23-000-010, and parcel number 1319-26-000-002. And this is also being presented by Community Development Director Tom Dallaire.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Dallaire for the record. And this is of course, attached to the easement. Our 2003 Trails Plan identifies an adjacent trail system to be extended from Highway 395 all the way down to Foothill Road. This is the second piece of property, an additional, well, there's multiple properties, but the second easement that has been dedicated to the county in the past year. And it adds to the 7,300 feet that you guys just recently accepted the dedication on from the Park Ranch Holdings. There is a piece of property that Bentley owns that is for sale in between these two pieces, but we'll eventually hopefully get the owner or the new owner of that property to agree. And then we have to talk to MGSD, and then there is a further to the west of this site, there's one more parcel that we need, and then we'll have the entire easement from 395 to Foothill. So 3 more property owners that we get to deal with on this. And I really appreciate Gail's patience and understanding with our with our process here. We did get the easement drafted up and revised. I think this, I don't know how many versions this is, but it was a number of them, and I really appreciate her patience with us on that. But this will set it, or this will allow us to have the easement prior to any funding and improvements, and then we'll have to come back later with a funding opportunity to do some development once we get the right-of-way for that easement. But this is the next step, and I'm available for any questions that you may have with this application.
Commissioners, questions? Okay, then this is for a possible action item also, so we'll go to Chambers for public comment. Is there any public comment here in Chambers in regards to this?
Jim Slade. I'm sorry that I was late for the restart of this meeting and that I missed item number 5, but I would ask that my comments here be included in both items here. I want to thank Mrs. Teague for including this trail easement in her application. That's very important to the community. My wife was the president of the Trails Association for many years, and it's important to get these trail easements when things are going forward. So I thank her for that, and I trust you will support this item as well. Also want to, of course, commend her for seeking and obtaining the funding to purchase the conservation easement on over 400 acres of her property, the Van Sickle Ranch. It's very positive for everyone in Douglas County and should be applauded by all residents. And I'm guessing you already supported that. Thankfully, other ranchers have taken similar opportunities in the past. And while these landowners get compensated for the foregoing the development rights, they still get to own their land and continue to ranch it if that's their desire. This is beneficial to the landowner and to the citizens of the county, as it helps us retain our rural character, our quality of life, and to protect our most valuable resource, our water. Hopefully more of the large landowners will also avail themselves of this option. Also want to thank Jacques Etchegoyen, who has helped facilitate this past conservation easement, as well as others in years past. And by the way, when Mrs. Teig came forward a few years ago requesting a special use permit to operate a bed and breakfast at the Van Sickle Ranch, I was happy to recommend approval, as I felt that it was an appropriate location for a B&B, and it was the sort of opportunity for our ag community to help support their operations. Even more so, conservation easements like the one you heard today are a really important way to help our ag community, which has provided so much of what the residents value most here: open space, green fields, and our rural character. And we all owe them a debt of gratitude, as well as Ms. Teig. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Are there any additional public comments in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for action. Commissioners, any additional comments, questions? Then I'll entertain a motion.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
It's a little bit off subject. This is directed to Mr. Dallaire. What's the status of the park slaughter operation? Is there anything new or updated?
I think we're going afield of what this item is, so I'm sorry, Mr. Ingalls. I think you can ask that from Mr. Dallaire offline, if you don't mind. So I think we're all interested in that subject, but it is out of order at this time. So, yeah. So anyways, I'll entertain a motion in regards to this item, number 6.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2022R-037. Oh, nope, I'm on the wrong one. Okay. I'll make a motion to accept the dedication of an approximately 4,920 foot long by 20 foot wide multi-model trail easement immediately south of and parallel to Molo Lane across properties owned by Teague family investments identified as assessor parcel numbers 1319-27-000-007. This is why you guys had me do this motion, huh?
Yeah, are you trying out?
1319-27-000-008, 1319-22-000-013, 1319-23-000-010, and 1319-26-000-002 as presented.
After a hearty reading of that, I second the motion.
I figured I would be able to get a second out of one of the others. So, okay, we have a motion by Mr. Tarkanian, seconded by Mr. Noah Sad, to approve item 6 as stated by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. I wasn't going to go through that process again. Okay. Thank you for taking that on, Mr. Tarkanian. Item number 7 for possible action, discussion on the adoption of Resolution 2022R-037 to move up the timeline of the planned 2% cost of living adjustment for non-represented employees from the first pay period in July 2022 to April 2nd, 2022, presented by our Human Resources Director, Ms. Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman Gardner and members of the commission. Wendy Lang for the record. As the title indicated, under existing resolution, there's a 2% cost of living adjustment which will occur during the first pay period of July 2022 for the non-represented employees of Douglas County. Douglas County is currently facing significant challenges in recruitment due to job market conditions and our rates of pay as compared to the market. A full report of this analysis is attached to this item and was presented to this board a few weeks ago on March 28th, 2022 during the budget hearings. This board graciously acknowledged that information and recognized that and directed me to come back with the recommendation to move the time frame of that cost of living adjustment to as soon as possible, which would be what this resolution is here to do. I want to thank you and let you know the amount of gratitude and appreciation that I've received from a variety of county employees. I know Mr. Cates is shaking his head. We've received a lot of input and feedback about how impactful this is, not only to the individuals, but to the success of the operations and being able to find qualified staff to fill vacancies in order for us to do our business and the business of the community efficiently. I know that Douglas County values its employees, as all of you do, and works to develop a workforce that serves and is valued by the citizens of this county. I'm not going to go over that presentation again, but I'm happy to answer any questions or revisit any section of the analysis or the logistics of implementing this, or any questions you may have about the resolution that's before you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Commissioners, any questions in regards to this? Okay. Then this is for possible action. We'll go to the public in chambers. Is there any member of the public that wishes to make public comment on this item? Mr. McCallop, you need to sit up front.
I just want to say I support this right now. Inflation is.
I'm sorry, you want to give us your name?
James McCallum for the record. Middle name? No. I want to say support this right now. Inflation is killing everybody. $80 to fill my gas tank the other day. And I know the employees appreciate this, reacting immediately to it with something. And this cost of living has gone up much more than 2%, but I know they appreciate that. And I think we have the best employees. So glad you're considering this.
Thank you, Mr. McCallop. And I would suggest if you have other items you wish to speak of, maybe you should take a front seat rather than hurt your knee. Any other public comments here in chambers? If not, then Ms. Johnson, do we have any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that, pardon me, I move that we adopt Resolution 2022-R-037 to move up the timeline of the planned 2% cost of living adjustment for non-representative employees from the first pay period in July 2022 to April 2nd, 2022.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to adopt Resolution 2022-R-037 to move up the timeline of the planned 2% cost of living adjustment for non-represented employees from the first pay period in July of 2022 to April 2nd, 2022. Further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe you are on the next agenda item. So for possible action, item number 8, discussion to approve memorandums of understanding with the Douglas County Employees Association, DCAA, the Douglas County Sheriff's Protective Association, DCSPA, and the DCSPA Sergeant's Bargaining Unit, DCSBU, to move up the timeline of an anticipated 2% cost of living adjustment, COLA, from the first pay period in July 2022 to April 2, 2022. Ms. Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman Gardner, members of the commission. Again, Wendy Lang for the record. This item is the same topic and same change in timing as the prior item. It was previously discussed during the budget hearings at the end of March. This particular item is the mechanism to implement the changes by revising the 3 labor agreements with the 3 sections of county employees who are bargained, and that's the DCA, DC SPA, and the DC SPA SBU units. And happy to answer any questions for you. Thank you.
So as I understand it, Ms. Lang, the requirement for a memorandum of understanding is because all 3 of these are under contract with us, and we're basically doing something that's outside that contract. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. This is for possible action as well, so we will ask members of the public here in chambers if they have any public comment at this time. You're good with this, Mr. McCallum? Save you the walk. Okay. Okay. Sensing no public comment, other than a thumbs up from Mr. McCallum, we will, Ms. Johnson, do you have any online public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Very good. Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? Possible motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the memorandums of understanding with the Douglas County Employees Association, the DCEA, the Douglas County Sheriff's Protective Association, the DCSPA, and the DCSPA Sergeant's Bargaining Unit, DCSBU, to move up the timeline of the anticipated 2% cost of living adjustment, COLA, from the first pay period on July 22 to April of 22.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Noasad and seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to approve the memorandums of understanding as presented. Sensing no further discussion, any further discussion, Mr.? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Lang. Oops, you're up again.
Thank you.
Item number 9. Discussion on amendments to Douglas County Administrative Policies and Procedures 200.50 Volunteer Program, including revisions that streamline the application and screening process, as well as providing for a 5-year time frame for background checks with some limited exceptions. Ms. Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman Gardner, members of the commission. Wendy Lang for the record. And with me today is Scott Morgan, Director of Community Services, and one of the largest departments that utilize volunteers in the county. Douglas County has a variety of policies and procedures established, and many of those were established some years ago and require us to review them and reevaluate them as our operations change and as times change. This is one of those policies, Douglas County Volunteer Policy 200.50. Sorry, thank you. I want to start off by saying that volunteers are essential to the success of this organization. The volunteer force that provides the services and resources for this county to provide the services that it does and accomplish the activities that it does could not be accomplished without the significant volunteer force, and this community has an outstanding one. Protecting those volunteers, the citizens, the residents, and the assets and resources of this organization is also critical. This policy was established in 2011 and has not been updated since its original adoption. We have identified that current practices and operations are not consistent with the language in the policy, and so have revamped the policy and actually done a complete rewrite. Attached for reference is the current version of the policy and then the proposed version that we're presenting here today.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. Want to first go a little bit off script and just acknowledge that this hasn't changed how we value our volunteers. I think Douglas County has always placed a high value on the volunteers. We were just kind of saddled with an outdated policy that did not fit all the needs of every single volunteer program and person in the community. And I want to personally acknowledge Wendy Lang and the Human Resources staff. Since I have been here and since Wendy has arose, they have always been extremely helpful in muddling through this outdated policy. And I also want to thank the chair and members of the board for taking a leadership role and driving this issue to the point where we are now talking about handling real issues that have hindered our volunteer program in Douglas County. I want to also thank the county manager's office for their support in handling this and the leadership they've provided us to get us to this point. And again, this is not a new topic. It's not today that the light bulb came on and go, well, geez, volunteers are really valuable in Douglas County. It has always been the case, and we have always been really fortunate to have the number of volunteers that have participated in Douglas County activities, supported Douglas County government. And today, I think we are addressing a need of what I call the moment of truth. We call it moment of truth when, to sidebar a little bit of a story, we used to have a resident restriction to be a member up at Kale Park, the gymnasium. And it was really onerous on our residents because they had to show proof of residency. And people would come in, money in hand, to buy a membership, and, oh, gee, I forgot my utility bill. Never to come back again, and we lost the moment of truth. Our current policy that we're operating under, I think we miss that moment of truth. People come in all the time and go, I have a passion for this, I want to volunteer for this. Oh, sure, do this, do this, do this. Oh, and by the way, you got to do this, and make sure you fill this out, and 3 months later, they're gone. They lost their interest. They did not feel that the county valued them enough to streamline a process. Now, it's not as easy as simply coming on in, and in some cases, this policy does allow those one-time, one-off volunteer opportunities to capture that opportunity, but it certainly streamlines a process to recognize that individual's value while protecting that volunteer and while protecting Douglas County. And so my hat's off to the creativity. Also, I failed to mention the DA's office was instrumental in teaming up with Wendy and the Human Resources Department, the manager's office, in writing this thing. So it truly has been a collaborative team effort. I was the irritant in saying, oh, don't forget about this type of volunteer, and don't forget about this volunteer. And, we have this situation taking place here. And they were very patient and very gracious and all inclusive. And I think we all understand as a group that what volunteers bring to the table. And it's so much more than 2854. By way of providing services to our community. It is a pure helping hands, pitching in, and volunteers become great advocates for Douglas County, great proponents of the programs that they're involved because they can see the value and they take ownership of that value. And it's hard to put a price tag on that. It's certainly way more than $28.54. There are many benefits of volunteer programs. We have probably more than most communities, because everybody relies on volunteers. It's not just in Douglas County that a volunteer is important, but we are truly fortunate because of the diverse areas of expertise that Douglas County attracts by way of its retirees. We have many people moving into this community that have a certain skill, a professional skill, that they don't want to work full-time anymore, but they are more than happy to share that skill with other members of the community. And whether it's leading a volunteer exercise program at the center, or whether it's helping out with our emergency management, because they have many, many degrees, they bring a vast array of expertise and enhance our community in many, many ways. They also energizing in a healthy community, and that kind of relates to like some of our sports coaches, and in some ways those are selfish volunteers because they want to be part of their children's life, whether they're little boys or girls, and coaching them, but they bring along 14 to 20 some kids along the way, and they teach a lifelong learning skill. They pass along many of the values inspired by coaching and youth sports, and that's common throughout our program. And we went into a very large segue during the budget presentation about how important it is and how we save on long-term care costs. Our volunteers play a role in that as well, because the healthy, happy community is a less expensive community to serve, and our volunteers play a very key role in that. They bring important perspective One thing I will tell you as a volunteer, because they are an unpaid employee, recognized as that, will tell you exactly what they think. And we get that kind of quality feedback on a daily basis. Hey, I have an idea of a way to do it better, and blah, they will let you know. And we will have a very healthy debate. And in many instances, we have changed program and how we operate in a more efficient manner based on that perspective. And that is something that we value greatly. They're also influencers and champions of Douglas County. Once they become involved, we've seen people come in and go, yeah, I have an interest in this, but yeah, I really don't want to work for Douglas County, and I'm not a big government person, and well, we want you in here. And fall in love with the program. Learn more about the process. Earn a healthy respect for policymakers and administration, and have a greater understanding for why it is we do the things we do and why we do them in the manner in which we do them. And so they become our advocates. It's not Scott Morgan or Wendy Ling or Patrick Cates out there saying, Douglas County is awesome and here's why. It's your citizens that are volunteers saying, this is absolutely the greatest community to live in, and here's why I think that. And that's tough to debate. And you can't put a value on that either. Not all volunteers are the same. They volunteer for a variety of different reasons. Most of them, personal fulfillment, interest, and enjoyment are the number one categories why people want to volunteer. But there are others. Some are forced. I got to do this community service for Honor Society. I got in trouble at home, and my dad's making me pick up trash. And so there are value in all those, and this policy captures those, captures the nuances of those types of folks. What is also really important to our volunteers, besides that interest and enjoyment, the reason to get up in the morning for many of our volunteers, primarily at the senior center. We have seniors that, I'm not a senior and I'm not going to come there and get that government subsidized lunch, but I really need the nutrition, I really need the socialization. And so I'm going to be a volunteer and I get to eat lunch there every day, and I'm a volunteer serving. And that reason to get up in the morning is probably more important than the nutrition they're getting, to self-sustain them, to keep them independent. And our volunteer program realizes that and captures that interest as well. And critically important. This slide also talks about, we have drop-in volunteers, we have service clubs, servers at the senior center, and that value added that they provide in our volunteer program really makes our community special. And not that we're picking on anybody, but I'll use an example. Carson City has a senior center as well, and they depend on volunteers as well. Their lunch is served cafeteria style. Get in the line, plop the stuff on the plate, go down and sit down. Because of our volunteers, we want a higher level of enhancement. We want to interact with our customers. We want a smiling, friendly face, and we want to serve you like you're sitting in a restaurant, and that makes it special. And our volunteers bring that to the table. The senior center is designed, if we have to go cafeteria style, we can go cafeteria style. Our volunteers would not have it. This is what they want. This is what they enjoy. And it's hard to put a value again on that personal interaction. Having somebody plop some food on a tray and then go sit down is a lot different than, hey, good morning, how you doing today? Can we get you an iced tea? Here's your plate of food, sure like your hat that you're wearing today. That conversation is what makes our community special. And our volunteer program and the revamping of this policy just continues to support and enhance those activities. So I'm really, really proud to be a part of this process. I think, it may not be perfect, but it is a system that is able to adapt to ever-changing situation. And the commitment with the staff and this board and our other advisory boards to continue to work on this and fine-tune this is something that I think is going to benefit our community greatly in the long run.
Thank you, Scott. As incredible as our volunteers are, and particularly here at Douglas County, every once in a while there's a bad apple that really can ruin things for the rest of us. And there are tons of examples of negative situations which have had profound impacts on not only an organization, but a community as a whole. Our objective is obviously to avoid those situations and mitigate that risk. We also want to provide programs and resources that are a safe place, that are high quality, and that everyone feels comfortable and confident going to, knowing that their risks are mitigated. It is important to screen and supervise volunteers with the same rigor as paid staff. This is a coordinated effort that the organization is putting together and that the excellent volunteer force is a part of. Go ahead to the next one. And working through this, I appreciate all of Scott's high compliments, by the way. He has been essential to this as well, and he's so humble about it, but he's been a key element of this program and working hard to achieve something that is top-notch for the county, the citizens, and the volunteers. We started with a program that was very decentralized, had a lot of repetition with manual paper forms. It was tedious on how to obtain them, inconsistent information out among different locations, and that information getting submitted, kind of floating through different departments of the county. And in an effort to improve that process, we've solicited input from a variety of sources, as Scott mentioned, spoken to stakeholders, volunteers, volunteer groups, and boards, had extensive support from this board and the county manager, as Scott has mentioned, as well as internal departments coming together to find an easier way and an efficient way to accomplish what we need to accomplish and utilize the volunteers in the way that they wish to be utilized. The result is a single process that individuals can go through in order to be cleared to volunteer for multiple programs across Douglas County. The balance of this program that we've been able to strike is a frequency of background screening volunteers every 5 years, which is a frequency that we feel is sufficient enough to ensure that we mitigate those risks, but not burdensome to the individuals that are volunteering, and also still provides a responsibility to the public at large. I will highlight a few of the key elements of the policy to provide you with an overview. As I just noted, the policy requires all volunteers to complete a background screening every 5 years. Specific volunteers that have certain additional responsibilities, like coaches who are with children independently with no supervision, oftentimes outside of a county facility where other staff might be, drivers who are driving vehicles and on the roads with the community and the public and driving members of the community in the vehicle oftentimes, and those who are handling cash on behalf of the community, the residents, and the county will have certain additional requirements to complete more often in such a way that is again, taking the responsibility to the public at large seriously without overburdening those individuals. Volunteers are covered under Douglas County's insurance. I think that's always been something that's been a question since I've been here and not a lot of clarity. And so we've taken the time to carve out in the policy the clarity that yes, a volunteer is covered under workers' compensation and liability protections in the insurance coverages of the county. Training and resources are another section that we highlighted about how those volunteers will be given the tools to be as successful and as efficient as possible. And finally, we're looking towards the future of being able to utilize volunteer time as a match for potential grant funding and building in those that framework into this policy as well. And that's what this policy is, like many others, is a framework to the program with the day-to-day administration obviously falling within those frame and that guide that you all set for your expectations. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions about the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, Ms. Lang. Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Ingalls.
We understand the necessity for this. Recently, what happened with CERT volunteers?
Wendy Lang, Human Resources Director. For the record, Commissioner Ingalls, I know that there are members of CERT that have successfully completed the background process. I believe there are also some members of CERT who have indicated they're not comfortable submitting some of the information necessary to conduct a background. I'm not sure if you have a more specific question about that.
The feedback I got is that they were curious, some of them were curious, the need for a financial background report, bank accounts, things of that nature, a portfolio. what their net worth is. I don't know.
Well, thank you for the question. Again, Wendy Lang for the record. As the policy outlines, and the practice has been consistently, as long as I'm aware, the only individuals who are asked to provide any kind of credit history are those that would handle cash. And that is simply a credit report of current debts and credit rating. I'm not aware of any volunteers who've ever been asked for information regarding their net worth, their bank accounts, or their portfolios. I hope that answers your question.
Well, the question involves the whole organization is just about dissolved because of the onerous background investigation. Any comment?
Yes, again, Wendy Lang for the record. It's my understanding there are currently 50 cleared CERT volunteers ready to go, volunteer and trained, experienced CERT members.
Thank you.
Any additional comments, commissioners?
Just, I know we
Go ahead.
talked on the phone, and I had some questions concerned. I just think you've done a great job trying to find a good balance. I come from the other end trying to volunteer, and I don't like some of these restrictions because I know that there's nothing in my background check, but we have certain laws we need to follow. I think you try to really do a good balance between making it as easy as possible, but still protecting the programs that you have. So thank you very much.
Mr. Rice?
Have the former members of the CERT team that resigned because of what they felt was an onerous background requirement, have they been talked to get their input to see what it was exactly that they objected to and then try to rectify that?
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Wendy Lang for the record. I have not spoken directly with them, but I have received a great deal of feedback via our county manager, Patrick Cates. I believe he's spoken to some of those individuals. He has shared with me extensive notes and communications he has received from members of CERT, and he has specifically asked me to pursue looking at individual or elements of this program to ensure that we're addressing their concerns, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ingalls?
You know, when you become a commissioner, one of the things, or you campaign, you have to cough up a bunch of financial information. And I didn't like that. That's prying into something that I didn't want to go. And we don't ask the people we put on the planning commission to do a background or some of these other committees. So is there something going on that makes this more challenging for people who simply want to volunteer their time? Is there anything we can do to accommodate this? Because there seems to be some sort of a barrier being built and to make it tougher. I was of the persuasion if they wanted to become a member of CERT and do a background investigation, just go down to the sheriff's office, have them do the same background investigation you get when you get a concealed carry. They run you run your background, they run your driver's license, and they run you through the NCIC. Done. I don't know what we're doing now.
Again, Wendy Lang for the record. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Ingalls. That's pretty much the most significant part of the background process. There are some waivers that have to be completed, some basic information we want to gather about the volunteer, and then they submit to the fingerprint screening at the sheriff's office and the screenings that you're referencing. Sorry, I think there was another piece of the question. We do need to provide those types of screenings under various laws, as Commissioner Tarkanian referenced, and in order to protect the members of the community that the volunteers are serving.
I don't dispute any of that. And when you're working with kids, of course, you have to be very careful. Driving any vehicles, it has a different level of liability. But it's like during the fires, those folks at CERT were simply sitting around monitoring things, and now I'm getting feedback with some of them, they quit because of the background. I don't know if there's something in their background they don't want to talk about, and I don't know all the details, but there's been more than one. They talk about, they had to divulge their financial situation. I don't know why, and someone just quit over this. I'm just curious what happened all of a sudden.
Mr. Chairman,
So, Mr. Cates?
if I may, Patrick Cates for the record. I know I have had some conversations with former CERT team members, or CERT team members who subsequently resigned. My impression is there seemed to be a variety of things that they had concerns about, the background process being one of them. I do know that there was some dissatisfaction with how they were deployed and directed by East Fork Fire District during the last couple of fires. Just some personnel conflict type of things. It was hard to pin down exactly what the single item was, but it was certainly more concern that they expressed beyond the background process.
Thank you.
I apologize, if I may.
Oh, okay.
I forgot one point I was going to make. In the review of supplemental requests, you may recall that you approved a coordinator, a volunteer coordinator position. We are moving forward with rolling CERT under that position once it is created July 1. And I know Scott Morgan and Wendy have been working with Todd Carlini and the folks at East Fork to make that transition work. They will still be under East Fork because East Fork is our emergency manager, but we'll have a go-between who's a county employee who coordinates all volunteers, and I think that will improve the relationship greatly.
So as you know, Mr. Morgan and Ms. Lang, this has been a kind of a priority for me coming onto the board. I recognize the need for coordination between all of our departments and the cumbersome efforts of having to, when you wanted to volunteer for more than one activity in the county, it seemed like you previously had to go through multiple agencies for each one to get approved. So I'm glad that you brought forward this streamlining process, and I think it's also a fair and balanced process that will not only keep our volunteers intact, but also protect the public as well, which we have a responsibility to do as well. I would, and I appreciate your comments, Mr. Morgan, in regards to quality input. I enjoy how you phrase that. So they tend to be very vocal in what they feel could be improved, and there's nothing wrong with that, I suppose. When I take that 2854, and I would venture to say that we have a minimum of probably 500 volunteers in this county. That doesn't include our service organizations, but people join. But when you add up 500 plus employees at $29, so to speak, an hour, you're looking at a price tag of around, if each one only donated 1 hour of their time, you're looking at a price tag of around $11,000 a day for 1 hour. And so we could not exist in this county without our volunteers, and we certainly don't have the funds in the general fund and we couldn't find those people also. So I compliment you on bringing this forward, and I think it's a reasonable process. And I like the idea of, and that's why I was glad that we were able to allocate a full-time person at Community Services to be able to on hand to help an individual who comes in and wants to volunteer in our county to put them to work in some capacity. So that's good. And once again, that also, not only does it save us money, but it also keeps them active and engaged, and their mind active, his body active. So I think that adds overall to the well-being of our county. So, Mr. Cates, you had additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out one part of this policy when we talk about the value of the volunteers and the dollar value that has. One of the things that's in this policy is the opportunity to track volunteers' time. And where we have programs where we're using federal funds, such as social services, community, there are several programs that use federal funds. DART's another good example. if we can set up a program where with using the coordinator, we can track that time pretty specifically, we can use that as match for those grants, which saves county dollars. Not only are we getting the value of the time and effort of those volunteers, but we can match them to pull in more federal funds.
Thank you. Okay, sensing nothing else out of the board, go to chambers for public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ingles. I thought
So
we-
in regard to this action item, this will encompass both East Fork and Scott Morgan County type employees?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Ingles. Wendy Lang for the record. It will not encompass all East Fork volunteers, but because CERT volunteers are specifically under the emergency management program that they perform that function on behalf of Douglas County, those CERT volunteers will fall under this program, as well as, yes, Scott Morgan's operations have a significant number of and type of volunteers, from senior services to coaches and recreation to the animal shelter. This policy would apply to all Douglas County entities. There is language that carves out specific operations that may need to have a separate type of individual volunteer screening. But if an operation is willing to participate in the shared volunteer pool, if you will, then that volunteer would only have to go through the screening once every 5 years. And to your earlier comments, if I may, I just want to expand that I appreciate the feedback and the challenges that the community have faced. And that's why we are wanting to make such drastic changes and has been really valuable in assisting us in understand what a reasonable program would look like that we can bring forward and feel confident that it meets the needs of all involved and balances those risks with the rewards and the value of what we're trying to achieve here. And we are trying to be available. We have walk-in hours for volunteers in the Human Resources Office every Wednesday. Any volunteer who wants to come in and go through the process, has questions, we're available to them, guaranteed on Wednesdays, but certainly any other time or day we will do our best to accommodate them. And other outreach efforts directly at the community center and involving other members of the organization. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any public comments in chambers? Seeing none, I will ask Ms. Johnson if we have public comment online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. We do have someone online who's indicated they would like to provide public comment. Beth, do you have public comment on item number 9?
Yes, I do. My name's Beth Hynoski for the record. I am a former CERT volunteer with Douglas County. I am currently a volunteer at the Senior Center. And I really appreciate the work that's being done to improve this process. I think it goes a long way to helping a lot of the people that want to volunteer but have been put off by some of the bureaucracy they feel they have to go through. I know when I first became a volunteer with Douglas County, I had to go through 2 processes, one for CERT and one for the Senior Center. And if I had volunteered for something else, I would have had to have more. I had, and you need a badge for every department. So the streamlining will help the county save money on background checks. Well, I do have one other suggestion though, and it's been something I've heard at the Senior Center for programs there that there are people that want to volunteer that don't want to go through the full process. But as long as there is a volunteer in the room with the person that is doing some volunteer work and is kind of supervising the other volunteers, that kind of might allow more people to do the volunteer work without staff having to do the direct volunteering. So it's just an idea. I know they might still have to go through some kind of background check, but maybe not as extensively as other programs or processes. That's all I had. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you. With public comment being over, I'll bring it back to the board for further, I'm sorry, did you have additional? No, okay. Bring it back to the board for further discussion and a possible motion. Sensing no other discussion, do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the amendments to the Douglas County Administrative Policies and Procedures 200.50-volunteer program as presented.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to approve the amendments to Douglas County Administrative Policies and Procedures 200.50-volunteer program, including revisions that streamline the application screening process, as well as providing for a 5-year time frame for background checks with some limited exceptions. Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you again for your
Thank you
tremendous
all.
work on this.
Thank you for your leadership and support. Thank you.
Mr. Morgan's going to change chairs, I take it. Okay. Item number 10 for possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2022-1597, an ordinance amending Douglas County Code Title 13, Parks, Chapter 13.04, Parks and Recreation Facilities Use and Regulation to clarify the authority of unincorporated towns within the Douglas County to administer and manage town parks and recreation facilities within the boundaries of the respective towns, clarify the emergency authority of the Parks and Recreation Director or applicable town manager over park operations in times of emergencies, make various clarifications regarding dogs in park facilities, and provide for all other properly related matters. This is the second reading presented by Mr. Morgan, and as long as we're talking about facilities, after this, we will take a short break. Okay? So, Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Scott Morgan, Community Services Director for Douglas County. Before you today is the second reading of Title 13, amending the ordinance that regulates our parks as well as outlines use and how to reserve facilities within Douglas County. The title summarizes some of the changes within the document. There are not many and there are not severe. Some of the more substantive changes are allowing the towns to join Title 13 so that they can regulate town facilities underneath this ordinance, so that they can determine their own rules and regulations as outlined by their board. There are other minor language changes, such as it used to be called the Park and Recreation Commission. Now it's called the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Also, expanding some emergency authorities for the town managers as well as myself, the director of the department, in times of disaster or for public safety reasons. And probably the biggest change in here is just adding dog park facilities. And there's a public comment in your packet that I specifically want to make sure I clarify by way of outlining how dogs are handled in county parks. And I'm referring to on page 479, 13.04.17 dogs. And there's 3 sections in there. And in summary, the first section basically says that there are no dogs in county parks except for these facilities. And it outlines the facilities where dogs are allowed within Douglas County. And of course, they're all in undeveloped parks and the pathway systems, but they are set up specifically to protect our what we call our active use facilities where dogs are not allowed, but outlining where dogs are allowed. The next section, Section B, basically says on those facilities where dogs are allowed, they must be on a leash. And it basically puts a leash on, and the leash can't be longer than 10 feet in all those facilities where dogs are allowed. And then Section C covers the parks that have dog parks where you do not have to have a leash. So it breaks it down in that manner. So with respect to the one question under public comment, the particular nature facility within the town of Gardnerville allows dogs, but they must be on leash. And so it breaks it down in a step-by-step process. We don't post it in those manners. Those facilities are all posted, so a resident would know if you walk through Lampe Park, there's no dogs. But if you walk through one of the vacant river parks, their dogs are allowed, but they must be on leash. And obviously, when you go to a dog park, that is an off-leash facility. And when you go to Johnson Lane, let your dog off leash. When you go to the dog cart, please leash up your dog as you walk through Johnson Lane Park. So we do try to eliminate that confusion by just simple rule posting in those various facilities. I am available for any questions should you have any. This has also been publicly reviewed multiple times by the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, and they are recommending its approval.
Thank you. Are there many questions, commissioners?
Are the dogs aware of this?
They are not.
Okay. And the only question I had is, we are clearly marking these parks and what the specifications are for using or having your dogs in those parks. Is that right?
Is Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. Yes, with the exception of our undeveloped parks. We don't post rules, regs there. And if, I suppose if people let their dog off leash, it's no harm, no foul, but the ordinance is clear that they are required to be on a leash.
Are the towns doing so as well in their parks?
Well, that is, there's some, which we need to have some additional discussion once it's approved. There is some conflict with the ordinance that I think we'll be addressing with the various towns and some of their operating plans.
Okay.
Primarily when it comes to trails.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. This is an action item, so I will ask if there's any public comment here in chambers. Sensing no public comment, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Claudette, do you have public comment on item number 10?
It doesn't look like it was a heart attack either.
Claudette, do you have public comment on item number 10?
No, sorry.
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions, additional questions? If not, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 20-22-1597 and ordinance amending Douglas County Code Title 13, Parks, Chapter 13.04, Parks and Recreation Facilities Use and Regulation as presented.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to adopt ordinance 2022-1597 as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. At this time then, you had another item, but I hope you don't mind. We need to take a break, if you don't mind. You do too. Okay, so we'll resume at 10 minutes. Good enough, guys? Okay, 20 after the hour. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hey, Scott, can you come over here for a minute?
Recording in progress.
Okay, it's 2:20. All 5 commissioners are back. So we'll resume and go to item number 11. For possible action, discussion to approve a $186,000 contract with Musco, I guess that's Musco Sports Lighting LLC, to purchase replacement arena lighting for the Douglas County Fairgrounds facility, increase the total fairground improvement project budget from $250,000 to $450,000, and approve the transfer of the budget expenses within the room tax fund. And as I see, Mr. Morgan's here to present versus Mr. Stanton. Is that right?
Yes. Scott Morgan, Community Services Director for Douglas County. Mr. Chair, members of the board, before you today is a purchase of some sports lighting for the Douglas County Fairgrounds Arena, and we're also asking to amend the budget. But before I'd like to give you a little context and some specifics on this particular project. This has been a project identified by the Park and Recreation Commission, identified in our current CIP and our CIP over 4 years ago as a project. This would have been initiated 4 years ago and actually started 3 years ago and planned until COVID hit. And when COVID hit, we put every room tax funded project budget on the back burner, shelved it, saved it for what we thought would be a crisis time within the room tax fund and in Douglas County. And as we found that we set records in room tax because of COVID. And now we are back talking about this particular project in the current year CIP and funding what is a facility that you certainly would know of even if you haven't been to it because of the color of the lights and the effect they have on the Carson Valley. It is the distinctive yellow that you see on the hillside, on the east side of the Pine Nuts where the fairgrounds facility resides. And it's a combination of a number of things. The high-pressure sodium lamp, which emits that yellow, and short poles. And when you have short poles spanning light, they are pointed more up than down. So we are looking at making some significant improvements by putting a new 4-pole system in, higher poles pointed down, LED lighting. We're also buying from Musco Lighting, which is the standard in Douglas County, and we're using a source called Sourcewell, which is a nationally publicly bid purchasing company that goes out and does a lot of work for local governments, and they bid nationally these products so that we can buy off their publicly bid schedule. So that's why you see all what appears to be like a sole source purchase, because it has been competitively bid on a national level. What will then happen is we will purchase these lights, and we did the plans and specification for this 3 years ago in anticipation of moving this project forward. We will then competitively bid the labor, installation, switchgear, and wiring to have the product installed. That's why you see the increase in budget. The prices are shockingly wild right now. So we have modified the budget based on a revised engineer's report in hopes that it will cover the expense of installing these lights. And so that gives you just a little historical overview of this project, and I'm available for questions if you have any.
It didn't take long, Mr. Tarkanian.
Well, I have a question where your name's involved. Maggie Tracy sent me an email about this agenda item, and she said, I would ask that they use night sky friendly lights. She said, ask Mark Gardner about that because he promotes it. So do you know what night sky friendly lights are, and are we using them?
Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. Yes, or dark sky lights, some call them black sky lights. It's actually in Title 20 when you do street lighting or building lights. It's a lighting system that does not pollute. It does not shine up in the air. These are LED fixtures. They are spanning across an arena, so you don't get, they're not invisible, but they will not glow the sky. And one other really nice principle with LED lighting, which is also a criticism of LED lighting for athletic purposes, is they do not reflect off the ground, which is only a really problem for baseball and softball. When somebody hits a pop fly, the light doesn't reflect off the ground and light up the bottom of the ball on LED lighting. Sometimes they disappear. And so this will substantially reduce the light pollution that this facility has traditionally generated, but it is not classically defined as a dark sky lighting system because it's an athletic facility.
So I'll further add that at the expense of boring you folks, I did spend 8 years on a company assignment in Hawaii, first 3 of which was on the Big Island, Hawaii, which is home to the most telescopes by all over the world because of its close proximity to the equator. But because of that, they also require light pollution mitigating lights throughout that island. In most of other Hawaii. So this is something that I know Senior Services and Public in Parks and Rec has talked about for a couple of years, is doing the same thing out there, as well as our new developments that actually take place in Douglas County also, trying to reduce the light pollution that we get. So anyways, I'm really supportive of this item. So anyways, I'm glad that it's finally coming to us and getting us done. I don't know how much longer we're going to blame things on COVID, but I guess as long as we can milk that cow, right? So anyways, any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, this is a 4-action item, so I'll go to and I'll ask for public comment. Folks in chambers, is there any comment? Any public comment? Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Ms. Johnson is on a telephone call.
Okay. I don't know if anybody else can see.
Peeking, I see nobody's hand raised.
Doesn't look like anybody, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. There's no public comment online at this time.
Okay, thank you. Coming back to the board, any further questions? Possible motion? A possible motion? I'll entertain a motion.
I'm making up for 14 months. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve a $186,000 contract with Musco Sports Lighting as presented, increase the total fairground improvement project budget from $250,000 to $450,000, and approve the transfer of the budget expenses within the room tax fund.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad and Rice, Noasad, whatever. Okay. Any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion's approved 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan. Okay. Item number 12. This is a long reader also, so please bear with me. Discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2022-1599, an ordinance amending provisions of Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code, including the setting of occupancy limits, allowing vacation home rental, VHR permits to be issued to closely held corporate entities, grandfathering in existing multiple VHR permit holders through October 1st of 2024, subject to the conditions and terms of renewal, clarifying the liability insurance that must be held by VHR permit holders, increasing the length of the term of the VHR advisory board members from 2 years to 4 years, imposing liability for persons who assist in the leasing of VHRs without a valid VHR permit, modifying the fine structure, increasing the time in which a notice of appeal must be filed from 10 days to 14 days of the date of the first notice of violation was mailed, increasing occupancy from 2 per bedroom to 2 per bedroom plus 2 for properties with 4 or fewer bedrooms, limiting occupancy to 4 persons per on-site parking space if occupancy exceeds 2 per bedroom, and other related amendments clarifying the intent of the regulations. This is the second reading and is being done by Chief Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As the Chairman indicated, this is the second reading. These are revisions to the county's VHR regulations. The board has heard this before, both during the initial reading as well as the possible adoption earlier January 6th. Some additional revisions have made to the ordinance. All of the revisions are indicated by red lines that have been attached to this agenda item for both the commissioners to review as well as the public. I will highlight a few additional items that might be of interest to the public as well as the commissioners. First is that the maximum number of Tier 2 and Tier 3 VHR permits will remain at 600, and that will be will not be changed to 650. Also, the number of occupants in each tier will stay the same. In other words, a Tier 1 VHR permit will be limited to 4 occupants, a Tier 2 permit will be up to 10 occupants, and a Tier 3 permit will be 3 or more occupants. 11 or more. Also, there was some discussion regarding how long current multiple permit holders would be allowed to renew those current multiple permits until they had to phase out. There had been some initial discussion regarding a phase out through December 31st, 2031. That has been changed to October 1st, 2024. This will allow current VHR permit holders approximately 2.5 years to wind up their operations or make some other plans for their VHR properties. VHR occupancy will remain at 2 per bedroom, but an additional 2 per person per property may occupy the property if the property has 4 or fewer bedrooms. In other words, it's a Tier 2. And occupancy is tied to available on-site parking if the bonus 2 provision is utilized. Perhaps, in my opinion, the largest impact is that previously the county had been capped at $5,000 for violations of the VHR ordinances. That is now that the case has been settled in federal court, as both the public and the board is aware, the maximum fine of $20,000 has been restored. So for the worst violators, the maximum fine can be increased to $20,000. It is believed this higher amount is necessary to deter misconduct by those who have no intention of complying with the VHR regulations. I also want to highlight that the prior VHR regulation limited liability to VHR property owners. The new regulations also impose penalties on those who assist property owners with the illegal renting of a property as a VHR without a permit. In other words, property managers, things like that, are assisting in this illegal activity can also be subject to penalties. The VHR permits continue to be non-assignable and must be renewed annually. Proof of liability insurance from a company regulated by the Nevada Division of Insurance must also be provided. There are a number of other items in the regulations, and I'm happy to discuss those. I'm open for any questions.
I'll ask for questions, comments from commissioners. Okay, so I did have one question. The maximum fine is now going to be, with approval of this, up to $20,000. Will that be at the discretion of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board And then also, as I understand it, they would still be able to appeal that fine to the Board of Commissioners. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. To clarify, staff, when they see a violation, there'll be a notice of violation proposed order. Staff, depending on the facts and circumstances of each case, can now impose a fine of up to $20,000. That notice of violation can then be appealed to the VHR Advisory Board, who will then review whether that the facts and circumstances warrant that $20,000 fine. If an appellant believes that the VHR Advisory Board got it wrong, then they can come to this board and hear their appeal.
So as I understand it also, just for clarification purposes, these are the requirements that were placed upon us based on the settlement agreement and approved by Federal Judge Jones with prejudice in that as I understand that term, the current or the previous plaintiffs in this issue to the lawsuit are prohibited from coming back to us with another lawsuit. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. That is correct. Many, although not all of the amendments found in this ordinance deal with settlement agreement. Many of the substantive changes were due to that settlement agreement, which the board has previously approved. Just as an update again, Judge Jones in the federal lawsuit has dismissed the case with prejudice. So the plaintiffs who had asserted their claims are now barred from asserting those claims again. The lawsuit is over and they're barred from challenging the current VHR regulations again.
Thank you. So should we approve this, then this would pretty much be the final nail in the coffin, so to speak, until our Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board comes back to us with possible changes. So based on all that, I would now open this to public comment. Are there any individuals in chambers that wishes to offer public comment on this particular item? If not, then Ms. Johnson, is there anybody online that wishes to participate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay. At this time, then, I'll bring it back to the board and ask for a motion from the board, barring any other comments or questions. I would say that you don't necessarily need to read this entire thing, but just ask for the adoption of the ordinance as it is.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt ordinance 2021-1599 in ordinance amending provisions of Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission, staff presentation, and public comment received.
Do I have a second? Second. I do need to correct that. That's ordinance 2022-1599. I think you misstated that ordinance number. 1599 is not correct. No, 2022 is what I think you misstated, but I could be mistaken. So anyways, that's what I thought. Okay, I thought there was a mistake there. So anyways, so Mr. Rice, for clarification process, you're moving for the adoption of ordinance 2022-1599. What?
2022.
2022-1599.
There's a typo.
Oh, I'm glad it's on it, not me.
Yes. Okay. I see where your concern is there. Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, and who is the second on that one? Mr. Ingles. Okay. For the adoption of ordinance 2022-1599, an ordinance amending provisions of Chapter 20-622 of the Douglas County Code, as presented with public comment. Is there any additional questions or comments? Okay, sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. At last. Yeah, it's taken a while. Okay. Item number 13, we're moving right along here. Item number 13, for presentation only. So this is presentation only. It will not involve public comment. Introduction of ordinance 2022-1600. An ordinance for a zoning map amendment which would change the zoning within Unit 5 of the Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development from PR, Private Recreation, PD, Plan Development, to single-family resident SFR, 8,000 square foot minimum parcel size, Plan Development for approximately 7.8 acres, and to amend the Plan Development PD 03-004. The subject site is within the Indian Hills Jacks Valley Community Plan. The property owner is Clear Creek Holdings LLC, APN 1419-03-002-051. This is the first reading and being presented by Mr. Booth.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Sam Booth, Deputy Director of Community Development. Here this afternoon, just to confirm what you just read, Mr. Chairman. This item is just for presentation only. Today's just introduction of ordinance 2022-1600. Again, as you just read, this is for a zoning map amendment to change the zoning within Unit 5 of Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development. The request from the applicant is to rezone this 7.8 acres from private recreation with a plan development overlay to single-family residential, 8,000 with a plan development overlay. This is all encompassed within the Clear Creek Plan Development and the Clear Creek specific plan. This item was heard before the Planning Commission at their March 8th meeting and was approved 6-1 to recommend approval on the zoning map and plan development amendment. There was also another item associated with this application that will be before you at the second reading to amend the specific plan for Clear Creek. That was approved 7-0 by the Planning Commission at their March meeting as well. Just to hit the highlights, just beyond that, the reason for the request from the applicant here, they have 22 units within the 7.8 acres in Unit 5. This is adjacent to the clubhouse in Clear Creek and the 18th hole of the golf course there. Those 22 units were originally approved with the plan development to be timeshare lodges associated with the golf course. And that's the reason that the zoning on the property is private recreation. That private recreation zoning allows the lodge, and it was intended to also allow timeshares in these 22 buildings. Originally approved was also a variance by the Board of Commissioners that allowed up to a 50-foot height for these units. So Clear Creek approached the county about rezoning the property. Their intent is to market these as single-family homes rather than timeshare fractional ownership. They want to have nearly the same product. Their original request was to maintain that 50-foot height limit that they were approved by the commissioners with originally. Quite a bit of the discussion we had at the Planning Commission meeting in March was about just that, the request to continue the 50-foot height on each of these units. The Planning Commission ultimately recommended approval of the zoning change without the recommendation to approve the 50-foot height limit. Because the Planning Commission is just a recommending body, their recommendation to you today is to approve, at second reading will be to approve this request without a 50-foot height increase. After the Planning Commission's hearing in March and before the first reading today, I reached out to Clear Creek to discuss what had happened at the Planning Commission meeting and that they were not recommending approval on that 50-foot height. The applicant, Clear Creek, agreed to drop the request for the 50-foot height for each of the units. So the height would be capped at 35 feet, which is the max height for single-family residential, 8,000, which is the zoning that they're requesting here. You'll see that reflected in the ordinance 2022-1600, which is attached on page 555 of your packet. If you had seen that in the Planning Commission's packet, there was language in there about amending the development standards to allow 50-foot height for each of these units. We've deleted that language. And so the ordinance today is just to rezone that 7.8 acres from private recreation to single-family 8,000. And again, Mr. Chairman, this is just for introduction today, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. I understand that, and so this will not be taking public comment on this item. However, questions and concerns of the board can be addressed at this time. So, Mr. Tarkanian.
I want to just say, good job, Sam. It's nice to take that off our plate because we've had some people complain about that. Nice job.
Any other commissioners' comments? Mr. Nosat?
Mr. Booth, is there anything in the application that says what benefit this will be to Douglas County citizens?
With Commissioner Nowasad, without having the applicant's information in front of me here today, that was discussed at the Planning Commission. You know, what's the benefit? There's a finding that must be made that there's a benefit to the county in amending the development standards, essentially, or in approving the plan development. The main request of the plan development change was the request for the amendment to the development standards to allow an increase from 35-foot height to the 50-foot height. Ultimately, the Planning Commission felt that there wasn't a benefit there, and they recommended, they did not recommend approval of that 50-foot height, and so that's what was dropped from the application.
Okay, second question. What golf course is it near?
Anybody could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's just the Clear Creek Tahoe course.
Okay, I'll find it on the map. Thank you.
So is Mr. Rice, you have comments?
No, sir. As I see it, we are actually reducing usage from timeshare holders coming in and out, and we are rezoning it for single-family dwellings, which is far more stable. So I think that some of the objections that I received by email and telephone call, this should resolve most of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I share that. As I see it, this is a reduction in density, if I'm not mistaken. And I didn't see any reason to necessarily keep, if it's single-family residence, I didn't see the need to keep that 50-foot height thing. I didn't know anybody was actually going to build 50 feet up on a single-family residence. But anyway, so that's the way I see it. So anyways, barring any other recommendations or concerns or questions from the board, we'll let this come forward. It'll be back to us April 21st, right?
That would actually be, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Sam Booth, May 5th will be the second reading for this,
Okay.
to give the clerk time to notice the ordinance.
Very good. May 5th. We'll see you back then. Thank you. Okay, item number 14 for possible action. Discussion on an appeal, DP 22-0049, of the Planning Commission's decision to approve development application DP 21-0272, a special use permit for a synagogue located at 255 Kingsbury Grade in the T-MU Town Center Tourist Mixed Use Town Center Overlay zoning district within the South Shore Area Plan of the Tahoe region. The owner is Mr. James H. Milligan, Mountain Greenery, LLC, APN 1318-26-101-009, and that's being presented by Ms. Rao. Right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. So just for your information, this starts on packet page 560. Before I begin, just for So normally, the Board of Commissioners will determine if the appellant has standing. So we can do two things. You can make a motion for the standing, or I can continue with the presentation, and then you can decide if they have standing. And I will point out that under 20.28020B, standing is automatic if the person has a legal interest, such as a lease in the property. So, Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to continue with the presentation, or if you'd like to make a motion, just let me know how you'd like to proceed on that.
So as I understand it, the first thing we have to do as a Board of Commissioners, before we proceed with the grievance, I suppose, we have to determine whether or not the appellant has any standing. Is there any legal observations there by our district attorney in that regard before we bring it to this board? Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. According to the information provided by the appellant, they are tenants. They have a lease, so they would have standing. They would have standing to the appeal under 20.28.020B.
Okay.
Thank you for staff bringing that on the screen.
However, we really can't make a motion by this board yet on this item without going to public comment first. Is that the proper procedure?
That's true. Before the board can actually take a vote, they would need to have public comment. Or as Ms. Rayo has indicated, you could keep this issue until after the presentation and after public comment, and then you'd have two factual determinations. One is, do they have standing, and then make a determination on the appeal itself.
Okay. Sensing that, I think it's best just to go ahead and hear it, and then we can determine after public comment and comments from the board as to how we want to proceed with that. So we'll go ahead with the presentation then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. On February 8th, the Douglas County Planning Commission unanimously approved the special use permit for the Chabad Lake Tahoe Synagogue, 6 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent. And on February 23rd, Community Development received an appeal application from Mark Forsberg on behalf of his clients Natalie and Ryan Schiestel and Kerry and Jason Hawk, the business owners and tenants of separate units within the same building. The applicant is requesting, so this is about the application that we received for the special use permit to allow religious assembly. The building is currently home to Kingsbury General Improvement District, Tally Jane Interiors, and Blue Sky Events. The synagogue will occupy the second floor. It intends to operate their services on Saturdays and high holy days. There was a parking analysis submitted, and it describes the uses and the required parking for the code. It also identified potential deficiencies of parking during special holidays as being 4 times a year. The report suggested that the parking deficit could be alleviated by the requirement of a joint use parking agreement, and the Planning Commission included this as a condition on the approved special use permit. I will note that we have not received the joint use parking agreement, and I believe the applicant's representative will speak to that. Per Title 20-692-070, 50% or 7 of the required 14 on-site parking spaces required for the Chabad could be provided at another property within 300 feet of the subject property with a joint use agreement. Additionally, 50% of all parking could be on-street. Therefore, 11 of the required 14 spaces could be provided off-site during the special holiday events. The Chabad described in their special use permit that between 10 to 15% of members do not drive or use any type of transportation, and that's part of their religion. Staff and the Planning Commission believe that with these conditions requiring the off-site parking agreement, parking requirements would be satisfied as the services, classes, and dinners are mainly on Saturdays, evenings, and holidays, and the use should not conflict with existing uses in the building, which primarily operate during the week. Here's a revised parking analysis that was put together by Sam, and he's going to explain this to you now.
Thanks, Lucille. Sam Booth with Community Development for the record. For the commission to note, in our revised staff report after the Planning Commission meeting, I mentioned that the appellants today pointed out that the original application included a traffic analysis, or excuse me, a parking analysis on the site, and that the parking analysis was flawed. The main issue there being that the analysis said that there were 23 spaces on site at the property, when in fact, really, there are only 20 usable parking spaces on site. During the Planning Commission's hearing and review of the item, this was brought to the Planning Commission's attention through public comment. Staff, to my knowledge, wasn't aware of that ahead of time. We were referring on the site plans for the building and the applicant's parking analysis. We had been to the site. We weren't able to go into the garage below the building to confirm those spaces. And what we learned through the comments that were made at the Planning Commission and our follow-up after the Planning Commission meeting were that there are 2 spaces in the basement garage parking that were eliminated. I believe there's mechanical equipment for the building that was placed in those 2 parking spaces. And 1 ADA space at the surface level parking was removed sometime between the original site plan being approved and today. We're not sure why, although the site only requires 1 ADA space. So it could just be that 2 were shown on the plan, and during construction, they learned that only 1 was required. Irregardless, we all agree that there are only 20 spaces on the site. So the parking analysis in your packet, I believe that's on page 589, that was submitted by Gordon Shaw, an engineer and certified planner. The main mistake there was that they had stated there were 23 spaces. There are only 20. So I revised the table in that parking analysis here to show that. You can see in red in the strike-throughs. What we're showing is the difference in use between weekdays and during the working hours, 10 to 2 p.m. at least, and weekdays, evenings, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then on the right there, you can see the weekends and who's going to be using the building. So the numbers listed are the numbers required by Douglas County Code for parking spaces based on the square footage of each of the uses in the building. So Chabad, the synagogue, is required to have 14 spaces based on the square footage of the worship room on the second floor that they're proposing. Blue Sky Events is a tenant in the building on the first floor. Per their square footage, they're required to have 3 spaces. KGID is a tenant on the first floor. Their square footage would require 10. And Tally Jane Interior, also a tenant in the building, their square footage would require 4 spaces. So the total spaces required is 31. We know we only have 20 spaces on site. The code requires 31. Title 20, so that's you can see there that during a weekday between the working hours, at least between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., which is when Chabad said they might have services, there would be a negative balance of 11 spaces on the site. So what the Planning Commission considered and what we discussed was Title 20 allows for off-site parking. The parking standards we're talking about are for parking on the site. So Title 20 describes that adjacent to the site, you can use 50% of the parking spaces in that area adjacent to the site. So for this site, that would be 4 spaces. So you can see that with the additional 4 spaces in the street, we now have 24 spaces across the site that can be used for parking. So now we only have a deficit of 7. This is just on those weekdays. And in the applicant's application and discussion, they've identified that that's only going to be during 4 special holidays during the year that they perceive they would have a worship session during the day when the other businesses are open. So we believe we're only talking about 4 holidays a year where there's a deficit of 7 spaces. And Title 20 also allows that if an off-street parking agreement is signed, that can allow up to 50% of the parking spaces off-site at a location within 300 feet of this site. So up to 7 spaces could be provided off-site for the use, and we would be at a net zero. We would be able to meet the required parking for the building if that's the case. So as Lucille said, in the Planning Commission's approval, they required that off-site joint use parking agreement as a condition of the approval. And the applicants will have to pursue that. That's all I've got there.
Lucille Rayo for the record. Here is a vicinity map. The green arrow is showing you the parcel. It's a corner lot, Kingsbury Grade and Market Street. It's in the Tahoe Mixed Use Town Center overlay. This is a floor plan of the synagogue. The worship area is 410 square feet, and the parking calculation is based on that, so it's 1 per 30 square feet. So if you do the math, they need basically 14 spaces. Some photos of the site. So this is the existing building. This is, we included this photo to show you so on-site parking, the way the code reads, it has to be adjacent, or it has to be along the perimeter of the parcel. So these where have the arrow going now would be the parking spaces adjacent that could be utilized as on-street parking. This is the parking garage, which we stated before we could not get into, and this is a photo of the parking lot. So just to a little summary, religious assembly is allowed in the tourist mixed-use, tourist commercial zoning district with a special use permit. TRPA will not is not required to review this. Future plans and building permits would require TRPA review. And any expansion of the use would have to go back to the Planning Commission for the special use permit. And the parking agreement, as I said, has not been secured. So staff and the Planning Commission believe all findings can be made to approve the special, that went to the Planning Commission for the special use permit for the Chabad and recommend denial of the appeal. The findings are on your packet page 566 and 567. So at this time, if you want to make a motion on the standing or further discussion, or if you'd like to have the applicant's representative speak now.
I just had a quick question because I was a little confused by what you're saying. The off-site parking on the street, is that what they need to get an agreement with? So that's part of what you calculated when they were still short.
Right. So any development application, like for design review, is allowed on-street parking 50%. So let's say 10 parking spaces were allowed. 5 of them can be on the street as long as it's adjacent along the property line. That's separate from the joint use agreement. Yeah, so we can go back to that.
It was part of that when they were already 7 short. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah. So.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Mr. Ingalls?
The parking here is pretty tight. And yeah, you borderline meet the county requirements, but what about ADA?
One is required per 25 spaces, and they have 1.
Well, I think for your parishioners, you should have more, a couple more. And then you've got to consider inclement weather, which happens. And quite frankly, I don't know why you picked this location for the facility. There's all kinds of restrictions in there and things that'll make it very difficult for parking, people to get around, icy roads, tough conditions. And one parking unit for ADA, that doesn't seem at all adequate.
Okay, so at this time, I don't know why that keeps going off. At this time, I think we should probably hear from the applicant on for the special use permit that was approved by the Planning Commission, right? Okay, so do we have the owners of the building that have been approved for the special use permit by the Planning Commission? And then after such, we will hear from the appellant asking us to deny the special use permit. Is that correct?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, yes. And we have Lou Feldman here representing Chabad Lake Tahoe.
In that process, since I don't really want to drag this out too long, I think we'll give each side 5 minutes for presentation. Okay, we'll extend it beyond 3 minutes. We'll give each side 5 minutes, both in support of the SUP that's been approved by their planning commission, and then the appellant will get 5 minutes, and then after that, we will allow questions from the board, and then after that, we will go to public comment. Those will be limited to 3 minutes each, as we normally do on that, and then we'll bring it back to the board for further action. Okay, I hope that meets with everybody's agreement. So at this time, then, we'll have the, I guess, Mr. Feldman, you're representing the Shabbat group that was approved for the SUP. Is that right? Okay, thank you. So, you want to? So we'll go to 5 minutes on that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Lou Feldman on behalf of the Chabad Synagogue. Just quickly, by way of background, this building had been on the market for some extended period of time, and the temple made an offer that was accepted subject to the approval of a special use permit. And, you know, kind of unusually, the KGID opposed the issuance of the special use permit, but had disclosed that they actually made a backup offer, and it was in their interest to have the special use permit denied so that they could occupy the building. That was what the SUP hearing kind of focused on, and quite frankly, I'm kind of stunned that we're taking up your time talking about a temple that 4 days a year needs 7 more parking spaces. 4 days a year for 15 months, by the way, because when KGID's lease expires, they're moving back across the street, and this problem goes away. It's mind-boggling to me. You couldn't imagine a less conflicting use than a synagogue who meets after 5 o'clock when the parking lot is empty, and Market Street, by the way, has more parking than probably any street in the Tahoe Basin, in the Tahoe Township, and supports TRPA public hearing parking that may have hundreds of people. So I would submit to you that we have a temporal issue. In fact, the temple does own the building, can have cultural events there, but the reality is, and this is the heart of the issue, weekdays, they don't do anything until after 5 o'clock. Saturday, they have service, they have education from 10 to 2, and as the photographs depict in the submittal that I gave you, that lot's empty on Saturday. And if it's not, there's still plenty of parking on the street. So with all due respect, and I hate to get Shakespearean here, this is much ado about nothing. You know, Tahoe is a constrained marketplace, and we are wanting to be good landlords and good neighbors, and are somewhat mystified that this parking issue is an obstacle. We support the findings of staff. We support the findings of the Planning Commission. We will pursue a joint parking agreement. We have 6 months of renovations. There's going to be no impacts for some significant period of time, and by February of 2024, KGID is gone, the issue goes away. That's 0.14% of the period of time between opening and KGID leaving, where there is a potential parking issue 4 days a year for 3 hours. 4 days a year for 3 hours. I submit that the Planning Commission's findings should be upheld, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that the Commission may have.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
I didn't quite understand what you meant by the joint parking agreement would be pursued. Are you in agreement that this special use permit would not be allowed if you don't have the joint parking agreement, or do you want us to approve it without the joint parking agreement?
Well, certainly my preference would be, because again, this is form over substance with all candor. I would be delighted if you would relieve us of the opportunity to have a joint parking agreement. If that's the lift, we'll do whatever it takes for this 4 days for the next 15 months. A lot of brain damage for kind of a minor issue.
Yeah. So I own a commercial center in Las Vegas, and we have different tenants, and we have the parking requirements. So when we have a tenant that is, we try to make sure the tenants fit where there's parking at different times if possible. Sure. So when you have a tenant that, a bar that's going to have most of its tenants at night compared to a hair nail salon who's going to have the tenants during the daytime. So even though the code requires so many parking spots for both of them to get in there, I don't want them to be overflowed so they lose customers. So we try to offset it like that. And I think that's a little bit what you're saying with
Shared
regards
parking.
to this tenant.
Yeah, the last comment I would make, again, I don't want to appear too befuddled, but we have a designer, an interior designer, and we have an event planner. And those aren't impulse retail. I mean, it's not like you have to drive by there and say, I forgot to plan my bar mitzvah or whatever. I'm going to pull in. I mean, you make appointments, there's parking, there's no conflict. So with all due respect, I would prefer, of course, for the joint parking obligation to be relieved. If we have to pursue it or seek an amendment through the Planning Commission, we'll deal with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Nossad.
Yes, sir. How many members in your synagogue?
25.
25.
And I would also highlight, Chabad is very orthodox. Many of these people do not use modern conveniences, and the rabbi can elaborate on that. Do not use modern conveniences on the high holidays, which includes vehicles. They walk oftentimes miles because that's their faith.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ingles?
Is there another synagogue in the Douglas County area?
There is no other synagogue in Douglas County. There is a synagogue in the city of South Lake Tahoe that is Temple Bat Yam, which is a Reformed temple.
Okay, there's no other synagogue in Douglas County.
I do not believe there is any other synagogue in Douglas County.
I think you're correct. Now, what happens if your attendees grow by 10 or 20%?
There's a Yiddish expression, that would be a mitzvah, but, there's still, I don't need to be flippant.
You may have a wedding for somebody outside the area in there.
I don't think that you're going to see those kinds of events hosted here. We would not need a special use permit for the cultural events. We need a special use permit to pray. Religious assembly, that's what we need a special use permit for.
Okay, I understand all that, but we have to consider other people in the area as well, besides you.
I'm not a member of this temple, but I appreciate
Well,
that.
okay, you get my point, because you're here defending them. And you and I have locked horns before.
And we've emerged shaking hands, so I hope that happens today.
There's several things wrong with this that really can create a problem. And it's just too tight. And one would have to agree that you might have attendees who have physical difficulties and they're going to need some ADA parking. And there's a couple of things that can happen. One, there's not the space, it's too far away. It can be an icy street, several conditions. I don't know why you picked this location, quite frankly.
Well, as you may know, there is no more land in the Tahoe Basin. There are very few opportunities, and by the way, this happens to be one of the few level streets, very wide streets, and is a new and pretty useful building.
Well, we understand that argument about not properties being available up there in the township because of space requirements. So we've been through this. We've been through all of this.
Sure, and if you go up 2 blocks and turn Turn around the corner at Daggett and Kingsbury Grade, the Tahoe Community Church is there with hundreds of members that park all through the neighborhood, and everybody gets along. It works.
Well, I don't know how they got that permit, but that's another issue. We're talking
Okay.
about this issue.
Yes.
Thank you. As I understand it, if I'm not mistaken, unless I heard it wrong, you do have the required under Title 20 of handicap parking spaces. Is that correct?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, that is correct.
Thank you. So you have what's required by Title 20. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead before we.
Just a quick question, because you mentioned that the people or the members of your synagogue would walk to services. I'm from Detroit. I know something about Judaism, but I don't know what sect of Judaism is it that you're practicing strict Jewish culture? Thank you.
That would be a
Commissioner
yes for the
Tarkanian,
record.
go ahead.
Mr. Booth, is the parking requirements you're discussing now based upon the number of members of his church or based upon the square footage and use of the facility?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. As Lucille showed, if you could go to the site plan, Lucille. Title 20 actually requires for a religious use. The parking requirement is based on the size of the worship room.
Sorry.
So Chabad is intending to occupy the second floor of the building. I believe there's going to be a kitchen. There's going to be just a space with some tables, kind of a
Sam,
congregation area.
You're answering the question. It was just they don't penalize a religion if they have more people that participate in their services. They base it upon the square footage and the use, and that's what the legal requirement is.
That's correct.
I had one other question, and this is something I asked Doug when we were speaking at our 2-for-1. There are certain prohibitions for the county or city to deny a religious use in residential areas, and I would assume if the parking is not there, that would be a legitimate denial. But Doug, if the parking requirement was satisfied, could the county commission run afoul by voting against this based upon that religious requirement where you can't prohibit them in neighborhoods? I don't know. You mentioned the name of it. I can't remember the name of it.
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. That's the religious land uses zoning, our LUPA. Okay. But the short answer is, it's rational basis. This is, the zoning is not intended to discriminate against the exercise of the First Amendment, freedom of religion. This is straight parking, public health safety.
Thank you, Mr. Tarkanian. Thank you, Mr. Feldman.
Thank you.
I believe, Mr. Forsberg, are you speaking on behalf of the appellant?
I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Mr. Chairman.
we'll also allow you 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd be happy to answer questions at any time rather than just droning on. I want
I think what we'd rather do is give you the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Because then, otherwise, we're not going to have a difficult time in figuring out how much time you have left.
Got it.
Okay? So
All right.
we'll reserve
Turn
our
me loose.
questions until after your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so this isn't a question about who can get along or whether we can find places to park. This is an issue of following the Douglas County Code. And if you follow the Douglas County Code, there isn't sufficient support to either make the findings necessary for a special use permit or to accomplish the parking. The code just doesn't work that way. So let me just tell you a couple things about the parking. It's true that the code requires a parking space for every 30 square feet of worship area. But it doesn't just say that. It also says plus parking for accessory uses. So we're not just talking about 400 square feet for the worship area. We're talking about any other part of the building they use for accessory uses. This is not something that's been addressed, hasn't been addressed by the applicant. It wasn't addressed in any other setting that I'm aware of. So the parking requirements are greater than what are being used to calculate for just the worship area. So we should understand that from the very beginning. Second, when we talk about the possibility of joint parking, the ordinance for joint parking that allows joint parking contemplates two land users who have parking shortfalls, and they are able to, if they are in opposite time cycles, as Commissioner Tarkanian mentioned, their businesses don't conflict time-wise, they can enter into a joint agreement where they can allow the other user to use parking that was designated for them and thus reach their goals. But those are not the issues here. These are tenants in the same building. The joint parking agreement that's being discussed, which has never been seen by anybody as far as I'm concerned and wasn't available to the Planning Commission, isn't going to include my clients, and they're the people that are impacted by it. They couldn't enter into a joint parking agreement under the ordinance because they don't have any to give up. This is a reciprocal ordinance where you share. One person shares with the other person, and those two people make an agreement. And we don't have those two people here. They aren't even going to be here. They're not present. Whoever this third party is out there, wherever they are, they have to be within 300 feet, and they have to enter into a joint parking agreement for reciprocal parking so that when their business is not operating, their parking can be used by another user and vice versa. It's not just pulling a rental lot out of the air somewhere and saying, that'll be fine. It has to be a joint agreement, so not possible. Second, there's no place within 300 feet that I can see, or I think logic tells you, that they can get a joint parking agreement even for a few parking spaces. Maybe they have one. Nobody's yet said they have one. You would think they would have one here when this is the issue. So within 300 feet, the traffic engineer or the engineer that did the parking analysis only suggested 3 that were in range. One is a public park. One is a low-income housing apartment complex, which has its own parking issues and parking requirements. I don't recall what the third one was. And then just lets all that go by saying, well, the only one that's really within 300 feet is the apartment, but we could shuttle people here if we can't get a parking agreement. No, that's not what the ordinance says. You can't do that. The ordinance says there has to be an agreement, and the other parking area has to be within 300 feet, period, end of story, no shuttles. So now I want to just turn to the, I did give you some pictures that I think show you the difficulties that are being faced up there. Picture number 1 is just the intersection of Kingsbury and Market with the subject property on the right.
So, Mr. Forsberg, your time is expired. So we do have those pictures, so we can take a look at them individually. I appreciate that. I will now bring it back to the board for questions of Mr. Forsberg.
So let me ask you, if there was contingent upon a parking agreement, a mutual parking agreement that had to be within 300 feet, would you be okay with it then?
Yeah, but it can't happen. I mean,
okay.
it's a hypothetical that can't
Okay. So Sam, there's 2 questions I had for you guys. One is he was addressing the ancillary uses, and that is part of usually what is required in parking, but it's usually for different parts of the suite. It would like to see there's parts for the worship, there's parts for something else. Is there another area that's not being included in the parking analysis, or do you understand his argument?
There is. There's the rest of the second floor. Only 400 square feet is a worship room.
Yeah, so our response, and I would defer to the applicant as well, but in the applicant's application, in justification for the use, our understanding was that there's no accessory uses that would be operating at the same time as worship sessions. So, you know, some larger churches, you might have a daycare within the building, or other types of uses like that, that could be operating, and you would need parking for those type of uses. In their justification letter, we understood that they had different times of the day. So I think they have said there could be classes that would take place during the week, but those would not be at the same time as the worship. That would not be there. So those won't be conflicting, and the maximum parking was for the worship room, and that's what we based the analysis off of.
So where these classes are at would be a different space, not the space where the worship room is located?
Yes, I believe so.
But
Sorry, you want to
well,
respond?
if I could say, the conflicting times, it also can't happen because my clients are open on Saturdays, and they have clients and customers coming, and they work. And so the idea that these are, you know, two ships passing in the night is incorrect.
I think what Mr. Booth, I got to get used to that, huh? Mr. Booth, is saying is that it's the conflict between, it would be their business using the two different uses at the same time, not yours. And I didn't understand that's how the county calculates parking. I always thought they counted parking based upon the total square footage of what each use is, and you have to have so much parking for each. But that's another question I'd like to get from you if I could. But if you could address his statement about the mutual parking agreement, right now, that's what it's contingent upon based upon the recommendation of planning. If we kept that, what he's saying is it can't be done, but I guess that's not his declaratory statement isn't going to be controlling. It's going to be, they would have to still come back and get it for us if we made this agreement, if we approved this special use permit based upon that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Sam Booth for the record. Commissioner Tarkanian, many times we place conditions on a project, and it's up to the applicant to be able to meet those conditions. So the Planning Commission said, okay, if you can find this joint use parking agreement, you'll be able to meet the required parking. It's up to them to do that before they can operate. So they would have to do that. It's a condition approved by the Planning Commission.
And
Ask
how will
question.
we know? How will we know? How will we know what the terms are?
I think that's
How
what
will we know if the agreement is rescinded?
I think that he's going to have to show proof of it before they're going to get approved. But let me just, I want to, the other question that's of interest to me, and I know I'm taking up a lot of time and I apologize, but I assume there's some specific code of the way you calculate parking in these places. And does the code say you could only count the maximum parking spaces you use based upon their use at that time? Or is it based upon the total square footage of a facility based upon what their use is going to be in that facility? I always thought it was the latter. Now, are you saying it's the former?
No, I think I would agree with you, Commissioner, that it's the conglomerate of all uses in the building. That's why we're looking at all the tenants, combined here today. In the applicant's parking analysis, they identified that there would be classes, weekly worship service. There could be classes. There could be dinners that would happen late at night, or special events. The special events were especially flagged if they happened, a special event between the working hours of the day. That would conflict with the businesses in the lower part of the building that operate during the day. The classes that they describe, let me see if they're here, 6 classes during the weekday working hours, but these are not going to be happening when they have worship service. So I will say that's a staff interpretation. Again, those are uses that are not conflicting. They're not operating at the same time. And that was the analysis that their engineer put in the parking analysis as well.
But just not true.
Mr. Nosad, you had questions?
Yes. Getting to the calculation, 400 square feet with 30 square feet per person comes out to 13.3. So you come up short on the diagram here. What, you mentioned earlier that KGID was going to go away. What do you mean by that?
Thank you. Again, Lou
Go ahead,
Feldman for
Mr.
the
Fallon.
record.
Yes.
KGID's lease expires February in 2024, and they are vacating the building. So their use, that's why this is a short-term, 15-month problem, because they're vacating and we're not replacing them.
Okay, second question I have, you mentioned that the folks who are members of your synagogue would walk. Do they, no, that's okay, all right.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lou Feldman. Thank you, Lucille. My name is Rabbi Mordechai Richler. My wife and I and 5 children run the Chabad Jewish Center in Lake Tahoe. We moved to the area 9 years ago. And we run a intimate, a small Jewish center. I know when people hear synagogues, churches, they think about large crowds. And I want to talk a little about Shabbat and the holidays, these days that will come out during the week that are holidays. So just to try to yeah, so you want to...
I need you to...
I'm going to ask you that answer
Yes,
the question.
I need you to answer the question, right, rather than, because we've already had the presentation on the whole thing, so otherwise I'd be violating the opportunity of the appellant to have more time as well. So if Mr. Noasad was asking about the walking process of your members.
Walking process is, as an observant Jew, we do not operate vehicles on the Sabbath. We don't drive. We don't take public transportation. We walk. This past Saturday, I walked with 3 of my children, 8, 7, and 5. Hope I got them right, the ages. We walked close to 6 miles to synagogue and back. Approximately, there was probably 15 to 20 people at synagogue this past Saturday, and probably 50% of them walked to synagogue.
So then not all of your congregation walks. Is that because they're invalid or limited physically, that they can't walk?
Correct. Not everybody walks. Not everybody is holding on that observant level. We do have parking. And one of the reasons why we are, why we purchased this building is for the location. It's walking distance to many hotels, many areas where people could walk from, to and from synagogue.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Ingles.
This is directed towards Mr. Booth. In this photograph, you'll see a big pile of snow. It's probably left over from a snow plow, something like that. And that's not taken into your calculation in parking places.
Yes, Commissioner, Sam Booth for the record. Seen Mr. Forsberg's pictures, and we know the snow that Tahoe got, this winter between Christmas and New Year's, and happens, certain times of the year, every winter. Snow clearance is important and would be incumbent on the owners of the building to make sure that the snow is cleared from the site and that the parking spaces that we're calculating today are open for parking.
Okay.
Can I add something?
We get some pretty bad snowstorms up at the lake.
Can I answer that?
Which would have an impact on parking, as it always does. Is that correct?
That could be the case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add to that?
Actually, what I will indicate is that our Title 20 does not predicate parking spaces based on the weather, but rather on the building. Am I correct with that, Mr. Booth?
Yes, that's correct. As I said to Commissioner Ingles, we're calculating the parking that's available on the site. It's incumbent on the owner of the building to make sure that that parking is available.
Yeah, so, okay, very good. I think we've had the questions that we need. I appreciate your input. We'll now go to public comment, and we will limit public comment once again to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name and sign in.
Dana Meyer, I'd just like to comment on that. Everybody, I think.
Could you please state your name for the record,
Dana
please?
Meyer, did you not? I'm sorry. I'm sure everybody in this room, hopefully, is familiar with Senator Lieberman. On those holy days, he always walked down to wherever he was going in Washington. He never rode in a car on those days. So it's not exactly an unusual type of process. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. I guess you spoke your name so quickly I didn't catch it originally. So, additional public comment? Are you speaking as a team or as an individual? A team, okay.
No, individual.
Individual. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Curry Hawk with Blue Sky Events, and my husband Jason Hawk were co-owners of Blue Sky Events for 18 years in Douglas County. For 6 years, Blue Sky Events has occupied space at 255 Kingsbury Grade, along with Kingsbury Grade Improvement District, and mostly recently Tally Jane Interiors. This commercial property of 255 Kingsbury Grade, as of recent, is now under new ownership. The new owners were recently approved for a special use permit to allow the upstairs of the building to function in a capacity outside of normal commercial business use. We are here today to appeal the special use permit that was recently approved by the Planning Commission to allow 255 Kingsbury Grade to be used for a synagogue. Our company, Blue Sky Events, along with fellow tenants here in attendance today, are requesting that you duly consider the discrepancies in the process resulting in a false narrative in which is the basis of the Planning Commission decision. Also, we want the board to understand the larger impacts this decision will have on the community and local businesses. Additionally, we, Blue Sky Events, were not represented in the initial hearing as the notice was placed on the entry of the building in which neither we nor our employees use. We strictly use the underground parking garage and come up through the building. And there was also a large snow berm on the outside of the building, which covered the other notice. For your consideration, we would like to propose a few issues that were not considered in the approval process. First and foremost, we would like to state that the proposed new use is completely incompatible with the existing uses and the contractual options which the current tenants purchased. Regarding the discrepancies, the Planning Commission disregarded facts presented by the tenants prior to the meeting, indicating the extreme shortage of parking among other issues. Currently, the building holds 3 unique business entities that have non-conventional business hours. The special use permit will now allow the new owner to hold gatherings of up to 49 people in the upstairs space of the building, making it difficult to impossible for current tenants to conduct business as stated within the current lease agreements. Simply put, the mischaracterization of the current building use after normal hours and weekends presented in the initial hearing is in direct conflict of operations of current tenants. Our company regularly meets with clients on weekends, and due to the fact that events are held primarily on weekends and evenings, our company is in the office or accessing the facility regularly outside of the conventional Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 business standards. The approval of this special use permit based on the concept that this special usage will not adversely impact current tenants is completely false. In terms of the community impact, we feel there is one major underlying issue that has not been considered. We've just learned that KGID has recently purchased...
Excuse me, I'm sorry, but you've gone over your 3 minutes. So, if the other gentleman wants to continue on, then he will be allowed 3 minutes.
Jason Hawk. Where she was going was in terms of the community impact, we feel there's one major underlying issue that has not been considered. We have learned that as contingency that KGID has purchased a shopping center across the street as a viable option as their lease will end in 2024 with their They strongly believe that their lease will not be renewed, so they have to have a place to move the improvement district at that time. And once in doing that, that shopping center currently holds many local businesses such as Clyde's Coffee Shop, Black Tie Rentals, a CPA firm, just to name a few. And should this special use permit be upheld, KGID plans and really has no other option but to relocate the improvement district to these buildings. And this will effectively evict and dislocate 10 to 12 other local businesses in the area. And we all, as been discussed already, understand that retail, commercial space is extremely tight in Tahoe. And, well, in conclusion, we ask the Douglas County Board of Commissioners take into account the overall impact of the decision involving the special use permit for the 255 Kingsbury and greatly appreciate you reviewing this information. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in
Mr.
chambers?
Chairman, I need to reveal the fact that I know the last two speakers. I worked with them at Zephyr Cove years ago, and I was reminded in an email that we worked closely on some things back then, but I need to let you know that that'll have no bearing on my decision in this matter.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Hello, my name is Natalie Yanish. I am a trustee on the board of Kingsbury General Improvement District. And I have heard some comments about KGID, so I felt compelled to come up and just tell you a little bit about what we do. So we provide water. We're a water purveyor, mainly. Also sewer and road maintenance and snow removal for 2,500 residents on Kingsbury Grade. We currently do have a lease at the property that is being discussed, and apparently officially we just got the boot on our lease. So, you know, we don't have a dog in this fight. I feel that, you know, we are just trying to provide public health and safety and services to our constituents and our residents. And however we need to do that, we will continue in doing that. Right now, the building has served our needs. The parking has been an issue. Market Street, even after KGID is gone, will continue to be an area that there is going to be parking issues on. It's a very small parking lot. And as has been mentioned, there is snow removals that happens on the street there in the wintertime. So on-street parking is not always an option, especially a safe one in the wintertime. And if we are blessed with a wonderful winter, that could be half of the year. So, you know, that parking is kind of the only issue that we're having. As far as the parking study goes, it did say that KGID is only using 10 vehicles per day, and we're using them Monday through Friday. However, we don't shut down, we don't just stop providing water and sewer and or snow removal services and road maintenance during the weekends or at night. We often have emergencies. We have vehicles that are coming in and out of there. So I would say that the number of spots that was in the calculation is incorrect for what our actual usage is. And so I would bring that forward, just as well as that on-street parking is not allowed in the wintertime, and that was calculated into that, the parking study calculation as far as how many spots were needed. We have no problem with the use and the new landlords that we have, so that just is mostly the concern that we're coming forward with. And, you know, hopefully there can be a way that we can make it work, but I just don't see it. Right now, right across the street is Mott Canyon. Their parking actually, they are open on the weekends and at nights, and that's when their parking lot is the busiest. And we actually get overflow that comes out into the parking on the street as well as into the KGID parking lot on many weekends. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I leave it to you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Yanis. Additional public comment?
Hello, my name is Natalie Schiestel. I'm the owner and principal designer of Tally Jane Interiors. I'm proud to say that I started my interior design business over 12 years ago and have expanded it to a staff of 7. I was extremely excited to open our first official office space at Kingsbury Grade, and have invested a lot of time and money into the space, replacing flooring, installing cabinetry, putting in a kitchenette, furnishing the conference room, offices and reception, hanging wall treatments, and the like. Being in the interior design business, we needed to make our space a beautiful example of our design talents and abilities. But since the initial hearing, I've not been able to sleep at night. We chose to hire local talent first and foremost to support the residents of Douglas County. I think it's important to note that all three of the current building tenants, KGID, Blue Sky Events, and Tally Jane Interiors, are against approving the special use permit for Kingsbury Grade. And we are all present at the initial hearing, and now all three tenants are here today. Our objections are not of a religious nature, but instead are about ensuring that a decision is made based on facts. And unfortunately, the decision from the initial hearing was made based on incorrect facts and without consideration of all pertinent information, including consideration of the larger picture for the building tenants, the impact on local Tahoe businesses, and holding everyone accountable to the same set of rules and regulations. The parking issue, which was at the forefront of the initial meeting, is only one aspect for concern. However, it is a major concern in that parking is insufficient, even more so than what was claimed by the building department, who did not portray the correct number of usable parking spots. All three tenants in the building work on weekends and cater to their clients and business needs. So assuming that parking spaces will be vacant and available to a synagogue is vastly incorrect. This is especially true during the winter months when street parking is no longer an option. In today's world, where I wish we were all able to work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, that's just not the reality, especially in the case of the tenants at 255 Kingsbury Grade. The vast majority of our clientele are from out of town and come to Tahoe on the weekends, so that's when we're able to meet on Saturdays. Blue Sky Events is an event planning company. Of course, weddings and events take place on weekends, and clients and employees are in the building on weekends as well. And KGID services emergencies, which unfortunately don't just happen Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Another area for concern is the impact on local businesses, including my own, in the community. If the building is issued a special permit, KGID will be vacating the space and moving to its adjacent building, also on Kingsbury Grade. This would force out 10 local businesses who will be forced to close their doors or find new locations, which are few and far between in State Line. This is a larger issue impacting the lives of many of our neighbors and friends who have established businesses in our community. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you for your vote to not allow the special use permit to move forward.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Hello, Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. For the record, my name is Ryan Schiestel. I'm the Director of Operations for Tally Jane Interiors. I was planning to purchase this property over a year ago, actually, and our goal was to take one of our parking spaces and garage in that and wall in that area for storage that we'd use for receivables for clients, for kitchen cabinets and furniture. On March 10th, 2021, we were told by Building and Planning Department that we could not accomplish this due to the allocated parking and how it was already at its max for spaces. They were familiar with this as this had been approached about parking, and they knew this property and were intimate with the space issues. Due to that, we did not continue the purchase. It seems questionable that we would even have to get that we would not get that approved, but an organization that tends to impact the already maxed out parking would add to that problem with many more vehicles compromising our tenured tenants as ourselves. We haven't even finished our remodel yet on our modest space. We've invested over $140,000 in this as of last June. For the record, this is not a problem I have with Morty Richter or the planned synagogue. It's specifically the fact that Planning and Building Board made decisions based on a multitude of wrong metrics and incorrect information. We're almost 1 year in our 15-year lease, and we see the parking becoming an increasingly negative impact on our businesses and the other businesses around us as time goes on. The majority of our clients come from the Bay Area and travel in on Friday afternoons as they work on weekdays. Thus, the findings were incorrect when no one asked us how our business operated. No one came to us, and I think as you guys as well. We regularly meet our clients when doing multi-million-dollar remodels Friday evenings, Friday afternoons, Saturdays, even on Sundays. We don't feel that it's appropriate to tell the folks at the synagogue that they shouldn't be parking on our spaces, because we know that human element, if they're granted a space on the street, they're going to go to the other spaces first. There is no ability to police that. Parking at Mott Canyon is another option, and I parked there the other day when I had very little limited space. There was none in our spot, none on the street, and I happened to run into the owner accidentally, and he knows me, having gone in there for lunch multiple times, and said, if your car is still here by the time you get out of that building, it's being towed. So there's parking issues on the Mott Canyon, and again, they use our area on the evenings and the next days as well. Winter and snow issues. That it books up parking on the streets and is a constant. And to correct Mr. Feldman and his arrogant comments, they're doing school weekdays. There's a lot of things that go along with that as well.
Thank you. Appreciate your
Mr.
comments.
Chairman, can I ask him a follow-up to what he stated? I know this is public comment, but he stated that he had something from the county that said he could not buy it and turn the parking spot. I'd just like to know if that was in writing, or is he saying that's verbal? I think if.
Would
what
that be
the
a
county
question
had-
to Mr. Booth then,
Well,
rather than the applicant?
Mr. Booth, are you aware of what he's referring to?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Tarkanian. You're talking to the planning staff here. This is it for the department. Neither of us are aware of that. It doesn't mean that there wasn't a discussion with building staff. Typically, the building department wouldn't speak for planning in doing a parking analysis on the site, but I don't know, we do not believe.
My
that we
question is,
reviewed
do
it.
you have that in writing, or was that something somebody told you?
Sir, we do a lot of business with the planning and building as interior designers. We're down there quite often. We know people. We're very close with them. It was made by a phone call, and they said that basically there was no need to even apply for it just due to those complications themselves. It was also supported when I met with Tom in the hallway, and he said, I don't know how this permit was even put through because we already know it's far exceeding what it has already been approved for from the date of its conception.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, any other additional public comment here in chambers? Seeing no additional public comment in chambers, do we have any public comment online? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have someone online with their hand raised. Mitch, do you have public comment on item number 14?
I do. Greetings. My name is Mitch Dion. I'm the general manager of Kingsbury GID. We currently lease about 50% of the building at 255 Kingsbury Grade. You know, I was listening to the meeting. I was there this morning. I couldn't hang around. Sorry. But the fire department indicated that up to 49 people could be in the 410 square foot place. At the same time, we have 99 people in our meeting room. This could occur at the same time. Regardless of parking, I think there's a life safety issue that hasn't been addressed. So we have two option renewals in our lease, which we're not aware of that we're moving as a matter of fact, because we paid for those options. And if we do move, we will disrupt 8 to 12 local businesses in our fragile business environment. And quite honestly, our board is concerned about those kinds of impacts. So you have my comments for corrections of fact that are in the record. But in addition to the errors in the application, mischaracterization of KGID's use and operations, the parking, the square footage, change of use implications as applied to KGD, I'm astonished to hear the staff continue to present these errors, such as in the parking analysis. But today I want to mention to you as a matter of public safety. The new use states that it's a walking intensive entity. However, as your own records reflect, the grade is not a walkable community. Moreover, in the past year, there were over 5 months when the sidewalks that we do have weren't visible, they were under the snow. And this is one of the driest years on record. The only access to the building is along Market Street, which is a private roadway with no pedestrian facilities, marginal snow removal, and maintenance practices. And once again, I'll remind you of the Douglas County Code prohibiting on-street parking during the winter months. So speeds along State Route 207, the broad lack of pedestrian facilities, failing retaining walls that impede pedestrian and snow removal, all compound these as a public safety issue. Douglas County seems inclined to take action to change this use of the building, but it seems that Douglas County should be leading the efforts to rectify the current pedestrian safety issues as well. And these will be compounded by the use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dion. Any additional public comment, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no additional public comment online.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board then. Additional, Mr. Tarkanian?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for Mr. Booth. That I thought the speakers have brought up a couple good points. So you're calculating the parking using off-site parking, 50% of it or whatever you said. I think you're using your left. But is it an ordinance where they cannot park on the street during the wintertime?
Sam Booth for the record. I'm not aware of an ordinance limiting parking on the street. The street parking is allowed on Market Street.
Well, when the people that just testified, they're not understanding that regulation correctly. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding, yes.
Second thing is that caught my attention with the comments was the businesses that are busy during the Saturdays, and that's, I assume, is when the synagogue is the most busiest. Can you address that, please?
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. The parking analysis we showed, and we showed here, and that the applicant submitted, took that into account. You can see in the table on Saturdays during daytime hours, they've accounted for Blue Sky Events and Tally Jane Interiors being open and their required parking spaces being provided for. And that what's being shown is that KGID is not being accounted for any parking spaces on the weekend. But
Is KGIE? Okay. Do they not operate on Saturdays?
I believe their office is closed. Of course, as a GID, and I know Mr. Dion stated during the
Somebody
planning
here from
commission.
the GID, can you address that?
Natalie Yanish for the record, trustee on the Kingsbury General Improvement District Board. We don't have as many people coming to the office on the weekends because our office hours are closed for the public during that time. However, we do have staff, including water operators and street maintenance employees that come and go during the weekend. And there can be a lot of traffic coming in and out when we do have emergency incidents. We try to mitigate our parking because we do have some off-site parking at some of our other locations that are spread out throughout the district, but because that is our main office, we do have people coming and going during the weekends and after hours. Some of those, when we get an emergency call in the middle of the night and there's water spewing out of the road, oftentimes, that's the place where everybody comes in, reports in, and then goes out to, work on whatever the emergency situation might be. Thank you.
Any other commissioners' questions? Mr. Rice, I thought you said I thought you were reaching for your microphone.
I wasn't, but I will. I can understand the conflict here. My problem is trying to do the right thing, but you can't do the right thing for everybody. The businesses there are businesses that I'm familiar with. I can't say that I've done any multi-million-dollar planning in my house, however, and I don't plan to either, for that matter. But I can understand the resistance to this change. That's on one hand. On the other hand, it seems to me that the synagogue has met the requirements of the county planning department, and I don't see how I haven't heard enough information to want to enable myself to vote against the synagogue. So that's where I'm standing at this point.
Mr. Ingalls?
The engineering department has presented parking under a very clinical environment. The reality is there's inclement weather, there's things that we can't control, and it's a tight space, and this is exactly what's going on. And it's going to have a negative impact on the existing businesses. So I am against this, because it's not clinical. The reality is, it's going to be a mess.
Thank you, Mr. Ingles. Mr. Noasad?
In asking some of the questions I've asked, I'm kind of torn here. I'm listening to the people who are tenants in that building on the ground floor, and I can't help but feel sorry for them. And having been raised in an environment similar to the Jewish tradition, I find it difficult to vote against you, but in this case, I think I will.
So, yes, I haven't spoken yet. And as I look at this, our Planning Commission pored over this quite extensively. They voted 6-0 to approve this based on the conditions that are on page 571 of our packet. That includes providing a joint use parking agreement per County Code 20-.692.070 to the Douglas County Community Development Planning Commission Division, and it lists 12 different items and conditions there. And so, based on the Planning Commission's approval of the special use permit, based on those conditions, I have a difficult time voting against this special use permit, or finding, basically what I would have to do then is I would have to find that the Planning Commission faulted in their approval of this, and I don't see where the Planning Commission faulted in their approval of this. So, no, thank you. It's my turn, so thank you. You've had yours. That's all I'm saying, is that I have a difficult time overturning a 6-0 decision of our Planning Commission based on these conditions that are listed here and the applicant that was approved for this planning commission. I would be in favor of denial of the appellant and approving the special use permit. But that's my feeling. I don't know how this is going to fall yet, but that's where I stand. So, anyways, at this time, we will. Mr. Tarkanian, do you
Well, I'd like to just listen, I want so badly to deny this appeal. And I started off feeling that way. And then, I listened to you, Commissioner Gardner, say, well, you need to listen to the 6-0 vote. But we're sitting here as elected officials, the Planning Commission's not, and we have to look at what they based it upon. Listen, I love what you guys are saying. I want to go with you guys, but there's some things that really bother me. Number one is you have businesses in here that have long-term leases, that if there is a problem with the parking, it doesn't come back before us, they have to close their business and they lose everything they have. So I think you need to err a little bit more on the side of caution there. But at the same time, you have the synagogue has a legal right. You bought the place to operate it if you follow under all the requirements. And we as an elected board agree with those things. And there's two things that concern me. One is, you guys know that even if there is no regulation where you can't park on the streets during the winter, that happens a lot during the time up in Lake Tahoe. So if those roads are filled, and you said what's going to be up to the owners, I assume you mean the synagogue, to come out and clean that spot, and so that there's parking available. Sometimes you're not able to because of how bad the weather is, and sometimes they may just not do it, and then who suffers? It's going to be those businesses and those owners who have their life savings in it. So when you talk about the planning board approving it with these different things, one is they talked about parking on the street, and I don't see the parking on the street. Number two is there is no mutual agreement signed yet. So we're supposed to approve this as a board. Even if we condition upon it, we don't know what that mutual agreement is, where it's going to be or what it's going to say. And based upon that, I'm reluctantly going to vote for the appeal.
Sensing we're ready to go then with a motion, do I sense a motion that wants to come forward on this? Okay. Is there a motion? I would entertain a motion of some sort. Does anybody wish to make a motion?
I think we should bring in breakfast and see what happens after everybody wakes up, huh?
We should do
No
what?
one's going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion. And I said this again, listen, I know I make people mad here and I do some things. I did not come in here after I reviewed everything wanting to approve this, this motion, but after listening to the testimony, and quite honestly, the testimony of the owners of the property around there, how it would impact the businesses, I'm going to make a motion. Is it approve the denial, okay, I'm sorry.
You would, I believe what you would do, if you're in favor of the appeal, then you would make a motion to approve the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the development application and the special use permit. I believe that's what, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. An initial factual determination needs to be made whether the appellants have standing to make the appeal, and then after that, it would be appropriate to make a motion at that time as to the substance of the appeal.
I make a motion that the appellants have standing. You pointed the statute up there. They're clearly tenants of the building.
Okay, we have a motion to determine that the appellants have standing. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, so a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to determine, this board to determine that the appellant has standing and is aggrieved. Is there any discussion on that particular motion? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'm sorry, Mr. Noset, I didn't catch your vote. Nay. So,
Nay, no. You know what that means? It means I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the synagogue going in.
no, that's not what we're voting on, Mr. Ingles. We're voting on whether or not the appellant has standing. That's the first motion. Are you going to approve that or find that they do or not?
Yes, I approve.
Mr. Noasad, do they have standing or not?
No.
Okay, so in that case, I would move, or I rule that the motion to determine that the appellant has standing is approved on a 3-2 vote. Mr. Tarkanian voted to, that the appellant has standing. Mr. Rice had said that the appellant has standing, and Mr. Ingles said the appellant has standing. Mr. Noasad and myself vote no, that the appellant does not have standing. Okay? They're tenants. They're tenants. They're tenants. So, okay, well, so anyways.
Well, look at the statute.
So anyways, the motion passes that they have standing 3-2, okay? Now we'll go into the, whether or not the, now we'll vote on whether or not to, the approval of the appeal, right, Mr. Ritchie? The approval of the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the development application as presented. Do I have a motion to that effect, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve the appeal.
Okay. Do I have a second? Mr. Ingles, this would be the time for you to do that.
So if I second this, I agree with the planning commission or disagree?
Disagree.
Then I second it.
Okay. Just want to make sure it's all clear. So we have a motion by Mr. Tarkanian, Commissioner Tarkanian, a second by Commissioner Ingles to approve the appeal of DP 22-0049 of the Planning Commission's decision to approve development application DP 21-0272, a special use permit for the synagogue located at 255 Kingsbury Grade. Is there any further discussion on the approval of the appeal?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Nosa.
I'd like some clarification on the exchange between you and Commissioner Gangles. And when he asked the question, I'm not sure what the question was and what the answer was and what part. I'm lost.
So as I understand it, a motion to approve the appeal would be to overturn the results of the Planning Commission's recommendation by 6-0 to approve the SUP, okay? So that's where we are, okay? So if you wish to disagree with the Planning Commission and the issuance of the SUP, then you would vote in favor of this. And if you disagree with that, then you would vote no. So anyways, any other further discussion? Okay. All those, thank you. Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Either concurrent with each member's vote or afterwards, it would be very helpful if the commissioners expressed the findings that they felt were not made for the special use permit. Because of the staff recommendation and the approval by the Planning Commission, it'd be helpful for a good record so that the public and the fellow commissioners know the basis upon which you're approving the denial and rejecting the grant of the special use permit.
Okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna
So
vote-
what I will do here is I will call on each commissioner to voice their vote and tell us the reasons for or against the vote.
Okay.
Mr. Turkanian, we'll start with you.
I'm going to vote no based upon three things. One is I believe the parking did not account for the GID being open on Saturdays. Number two, that the parking accounted for off-site parking when it's not going to be available part of the year with the snow. And number three, one that's just bothered me through this discussion is we're calculating the number of parking spots based upon only a portion of the space at one time, even though the synagogue may say that they're only using the worship at one period and special events at another. I've never seen that calculated that way. They can't. There's no way to monitor when they use it or take away their SUP if they use the uses at the same time. And if you do, then you're going to have way too much parking. And I think if you need to err on the people that are there that have opened up their businesses.
Mr. Turkanian, you made a motion to approve the appeal, and then you said that you are going to vote no. So
Okay. That's because of the way the thing is all set up. I'm voting no
You're
to
voting
deny the special use permit. So basically, I'm voting yes for the appeal.
You're voting yes for the appeal.
Yes, I made the motion for that.
I know that, but then you said you were voting no. So that's.
Voting no for
I
the
wanted to make
special use
sure-
permit.
I just
Yes
wanted to
for
make
the-
sure the record was clear. That's all. That's all. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I understood where you were. I just wanted to make sure for the record that where we were. Okay. Mr. Noah said, your vote?
My vote, my vote is to approve the appeal. Why?
Would you state the reasons for your voting to
I think we
approve?
covered them all here. What some people might not understand is who brought the appeal? Who was the entity that brought the appeal? Would that be Mr. James H. Milligan? Would that be,
That was the other current tenants of the building.
yes, and that's why I'm voting yes.
Very good. Mr. Ingalls, your vote?
I'm going to vote yes because the Planning Commission is wrong sometimes. The Planning Commission was 100% wrong on the Meridian Business Park vote. They never should have done that, and this commission literally kicked those business guys in the teeth. That's why I'm voting against the Planning Commission. I'm voting for the business owners over there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rice?
Oh, good. All right, I'm going to vote against the appeal because I believe that the planning department and the synagogue have met the requirements.
And I'm going to vote no on the appeal for basically the very same reasons. I believe that the Planning Commission did their due diligence and that the special use permit met the conditions that were outlined or will be outlined. So anyways, the motion passes for approval of the appeal of the special use permit by the Planning Commission on the appeal number is DP 22-0049 for the development of application DP 21-072. That motion to approve the appeal passes 3-2. Thank you. Okay. Phew, that was a long drawn out process. So anyways, at this time then, we will go into the last item on the agenda. Well, not last, I guess. We have closing public comment. For presentation only, reports and updates from county commission members concerning the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meeting functions they have attended. We can start down at the end. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything to report? Mr. Noasad, anything to report?
Nope.
Mr. Engels, anything to report? Mr. Rice, anything to report?
Oh, yeah, but why? No.
Well, there is something that pertains to the entire board, and I want to remind the entire board of, if I'm not mistaken, on Monday, April 18th, just prior to our second board meeting of this month, will be the final beam signing at the Events and Convention Center at Lake Tahoe. Am I correct in that, Mr. Commissioner Rice?
I have not received that notice yet, but that was the tentative date.
Okay, so if the commissioners could put that on their schedule if they wish to attend that function, and then I'm going to ask county staff to research that a little bit better and notice this on for a calendar edition. Other than that, I have nothing to report either. So at this time, we'll go into closing public comment. Public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the County Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. At this time, I would open the floor to public comment. I saw Mr. Gaines step back in tonight this afternoon. So, Mr. Gaines.
Ted Gaines. Today was the third time you've interrupted me, Commissioner. First time, you told me to fill out paperwork and submit it to the county. I did that 3 times. Twice they lost it. Twice they showed up months later, Tom Delaire, with the same thing that Tim Davis and him said they lost. The second time, I don't know why you interrupted me. Nobody ever figured that out because it was a mistake on your part. And then today. Now, you say you don't have anything to say about the employees, which is relatively true. But you are the ones that worried about the golf game of Mr. Davis and approved his hiring. So you had something to say about the employees. Now, right in this very room, our district attorney, Mr. Jackson, thanked me in front of our deputy DA for bringing up items that opened up to him and got an investigation that he got to the bottom of, and some people got fired, and he, anyway, he thanked me for doing that and bringing the meetings up. How are you going to know? Somebody called me after this, and you're right. Our county manager is directly responsible to U5. How are you going to know what kind of job he's doing if somebody don't tell you? Are you going to run around and talk to all these people? I don't think so. Now, we've got 4 to 6 people in one department that just walked in and quit. No 2 weeks, no nothing, because of the toxic environment they got. That all comes under our county management, our CFO, basically is what he is. So if he's not doing his job, you guys are responsible for that. I'm not here to pick on Tim Davis, anyone, but if these people that I just mentioned aren't doing their job, if our HR is not getting exit interviews, how is our county manager going to know if our department heads are doing their work? And she will not get them to people that are going to give negative interviews. That has been established. I've talked to a lot of these people that left that just said, well, I'm done. I've been harassed. Like I told you a minute ago, one person went to Tom Delaire, told him the grievances he had and what he was being asked to do, and he wasn't going to do it. He went to the higher-ups in the building department, and he got harassed, and he just said, I don't need it. My missus got harassed. She's the one that found $200,000. And the toxic environment, I've been trying to get her to quit for a long time. Attorneys try to get her to quit. Well, finally, some of them have got another job. But you guys won't know. You haven't been here long enough. Mr. Gardner, you've lived here 3 years, 4 years. Mr. Tartanian's here. I think he's doing a lot better job than I gave him credit for when he started. But you won't know what kind of job our county manager's doing if somebody don't tell you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Is there additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing no additional comment, Ms. Johnson, do we have any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. We do have one person with their hand raised. Mitch, do you have closing public comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. This is a positive note. We're going to invite you all to Kingsbury GID Spring into Action Spring event that's coming up. It's actually in the evening after normal hours on the 28th of April. So y'all come on up and learn about good Tahoe planting techniques and fire safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Any other additional public comment? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no further public comment online at this time.
Okay. Then at this time, I adjourn the April 7th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.